9 o'clock. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First order of business is to approve the minutes of February 27th.
I'll move. Oh, second.
Steve moved. Don seconded. Any discussion?
Oh, second.
One abstaining. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1. Miscellaneous motions. Move to authorize Director Chairman to sign 2 tax abatements in the amount of $10,807.04. I was kind of looking through this, and they were actually protesting both these properties.
Mr. Chairman, I went down and visited with our appraiser, Connie, as well as Mark. There was a hearing a few ways back for Gray County, and on elevators like they have at Waverly, and the elevator they got out here, they were been praised. The legs, conveyors, a lot of things that are permanent should be real estate. The state has pulled them off and put them on personal where they're not taxed now. And so this will be into effect from here on out. But they've been paying taxes, you know, as it says here, like on this first one here this first one's here is in Burlington, $346,000. Now the appraised value is down to $219,000, which is a little over 35% discount. So this is one of the appeal deals that handled at Gray County, and now other elevators are making some adjustments to what that hearing was. And if we need additional information, I'm sure Connie and Mark will come down. But I can't figure out my side of it. You know, you got grain elevators, long legs, and you got a lot of other stuff that's permanently bolted down. Why they've moved that out of real estate, I don't know.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
It definitely should have stayed, but that's the ruling coming out of the hearing. I'll also move on.
Moved by Meeks.
One second.
Seconded by McCurry. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. That will complete our book. We'll do our 9:05 Burlington Wildcat Care Team. You're up.
You want to? Okay, so we made a little flyer for you guys, and this has also been sent out to the staff at Burlington. That's our logo in the middle, and then the bubbles just kind of give you an idea of what we've been doing. Do you want to? Okay. Good morning. I'm Hannah Side, and this is Alex Mott. And then we have 4 other students here from the Wildcat Care Team. This group kind of started last year by a senior who wanted to be able to stock the bathrooms with just basic feminine hygiene products, and then it kind of grew to more this year when she asked me and another freshman to take over. We've kind of wanted to grow, and with that we've needed more donations and to get out to the community more. So we first started with the girls' restrooms, and now we've kind of gone to both the boys and the girls' locker rooms, and then the middle school, and then hopefully the elementary school.
So our plan here is, so you know, if a kid needs something after PE, they can use it, or for the kids that don't have as much at home, they can, you know, bring it home and don't have to feel bashful or, you know, frowned upon for taking it because it's available to everybody.
We had a meeting with Mr. Bowie Friday, and he was generous enough to donate $500, and that will help us get started with also getting toothpaste, toothbrushes, deodorants, shampoo, conditioner, and just other basic needs for kids that can go in the locker room.
Yeah, we're trying to spread this out to county-wide, so we're really trying to be the starters and the leaders for the county and trying to just move this forward to where it's a school-wide thing and everybody's participating in building self-confidence and all that good stuff.
Where do you purchase your products from?
So mainly we've gotten our products from the community, like donations have come in, but then we also can like go out to Hoover's or Walmart, and then we bring our receipt into the office, and then they reimburse us for that.
So these products are available for students that...
Anytime. Yes, for
Anytime.
these kids that, anybody that needs to use them, say it be me or
Sure.
anybody.
And there's a sign, so they have like, we have little bins as of right now in like the girls' restroom, and then there's a sign above it that says hygiene help, take as you need. So, and then it has my phone number underneath, so they can always text and
So
say,
if they don't have it at home, they
yeah,
can just...
yeah, they can tell us to restock something that they need or something like that.
Okay, awesome.
I think it's
Very
just a
nice.
real deal.
So with those who didn't get their name announced, would you say who you are and what grade?
I'm JC Belcher. I'm a freshman, and I started it this year with Hannah Side. I'm Grace Burke. I'm a sophomore.
Maddox Cheever, I'm a freshman. Keegan Schroeder, I'm a freshman.
And I'm Lavina Dolby, their sponsor.
Very nice, very nice, very noble effort. Should be commended.
So not only is Miss Dalby a part of this, but Jamie Hazen with the district court. We've all sort of put our heads together, and these kids need all the credit for what they're doing. That's why they're here. So what I'd like to do, and the sheriff is here as well, I got with him, and he's agreed to sponsor another $500 to help this care team get started. And if I can present to the chairman to sign the last part of a check for $1,000 that we'd like to present to the care team today. This is non-taxpayer money. 500 of it comes out of the diversion fund, 500 comes out of the
Special Law Enforcement
trust fund.
It comes from drug seizures and bin money.
Great.
And the $500 from the county attorney's office comes from people who are out, they have contact with law enforcement, they're either traffic offenses or criminal offenses. Those are the people who are paying for this. I think that needs to be noted, at least on the county attorney side, which ends up being law enforcement, needs to be credited. I'm just a conduit. So if I could present this check to the chairman to sign, there does not need to be a motion because it is not taxpayer money.
Well, I think Southern Coffee County has somewhat of a similar program, but probably not this magnitude. The counselor, I believe, is kind of taking care of stocking some of those things, but that's probably something that could be expanded
Next
on,
year,
I'm sure.
we hope to go to Lebo and Leroy and Waverly and be able to grab like 6 students as well to kind of, we're hoping that we'll be the base, and then we can grow to different schools too to help them just get started and get on their own feet and have the same program.
So you're wanting to go to the different districts and present your program, is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
Very nice,
Very good. Sure, you know.
Very commendable for young people to get involved in a need. Good for you folks.
Thank you.
Very good. I think Wade and Sheriff Tom present you guys a check for the money that they put forth.
What they do over here.
Not much room in here to stuff.
Not very photographic.
I think we need all of them.
Maybe I'll step out.
Get out of the limelight, right?
And do we want to go downstairs where there's a little more room?
Maybe, might be a little else. Yeah, that's probably good.
So demanding, so demanding.
Chairman Jesse, you need to.
No, I don't. I got a face for radio.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you
very
guys
nice.
for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, good job, good job.
Good job.
Yeah, let's go down.
I guess
Keep
we're
up
gonna
the
go
good work.
downstairs.
Yes, probably.
Stay in school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys take care.
Don't do drugs, stay still. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We need to wait for the editor to get back here. Probably not. Okay. We'll hit the 9:15. Richard Crowe, County Treasurer, sir, you have the floor.
Greetings. We paid money.
Making money is good.
No, we paid money.
Oh, you paid money.
Yeah,
Sorry,
the
I
first
misheard you.
bond interest is due, and actually if we take out a second bond, then I'll have alternating years. But anyway, long story short, first payment was due now, February 28th. The next one isn't due until August 31st. First one, just interest only. We're not on that page. The bond and interest one, which looks like this. It was in your book already.
Yeah.
Alright.
So make sure we're all looking at the same page.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, and so anyway, that's every February and August is when those payments are due. The first, like I said, February is just interest. The next one will be bond and interest. So the next payment will be roughly $500,000. After that, there'll be 600 or so, give or take. All the August ones, and the first ones will be similar to this, 72, 75,000.
Unfortunately, it's part of the game.
Yeah.
You take
So
loans.
anyway, Wade said I was supposed to come and let you know that, yeah, I'm sending that money out, and we didn't miss it. So, nothing like defaulting on your first payment.
That wouldn't look very good. That'd make that rating go down a little bit, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. And I guess I should mention the next piece with this, as opposed to being last, about the next bonds. Obviously, we're not going to issue anything in the near future because rates continue to go up. At least I would hope that's not what we're looking at doing. And so I don't see them dropping till the last piece of the year, maybe not even into next year. So we currently have, between what we've put in there, the 10 million we've stuck in, plus the 10 million roughly from the bond, that's about 20. 20 will last us 18 months, give or take. And so we have a little bit of time to figure out what it is we want to do. And at the same time, every December, Angie and I get together with and upon your blessing, do we put more money into the bond fund that would help offset the interest so we can pay things off early? Or do we, not put it into whatever else you'd like? Decommissioning of the landfill or more road and bridge. We get to decide where the extra money goes, which is what would be on the next page. So, to finish that up, whether we take out the next bond or not, we just need to wait and see how much money we actually have come year end, and then plan on the next year end. But that goes well into how much money will we have this year. The first is, that's 3 months, even though we just got into April. December pays out, and that's when we technically receive it. Would be the first day of the year for some of those accounts. And then when it's actually credited, yeah, we received December 28th, we'll say $50,000 in interest. It didn't get credited till January. So that's the only little hang up in this. I can adjust for it, but it doesn't really matter, because at the end of the year I'd have to wait till January to figure out what I made last year, or I can just use December as from the year before. So anyway, long story short, there's 3 months worth of interest in this first one where it says 344 year to date, December, January, and February. And actually I think the money market money I added into that because it's, I don't know, $40,000 or something. So that we do have in hand, and then interest to be collected, said is all guaranteed money, because those are all CDs. The jail CDs are gonna pay $312,000. The investments are gonna pay not quite $600. And then we'll actually, some of those CDs, I have them all set up to do 6 months now. And so every 6 months we'll have more money coming in. But there's one every month coming due now, as opposed to before, you might have 2 months where there was nothing, and then we'd have a big one. I've got things lined up, because knowing that the jail's on the paying things off, just wanted to have a little more flexibility that way. So anyway, 900,000 coming guaranteed interest through part of the year. And then the expected interest on the rest, the investment side, that's, like I said, 6-month CDs that haven't renewed yet, but they will, whether it's July, August, September, when they come due, provided rates remain, they're gonna have to stay similar. They could go down a little bit, because I was very cautious with projections on here. So the investment side, we're looking at roughly 400 grand for the rest of the year on the expected. It's not guaranteed yet. Money market, who knows? Again, we're at the mercy of interest rates, but still looking at roughly 300, 3.5. So expected 721 grand. So if you do the math and add those three things up, you're not quite at 2 million. And that's money that's not budgeted, correct, Angie? We don't budget interest.
Yeah.
So that's all, hopefully, free money at the end of the year you guys get to play with and figure out what pile you want to stick that in. And again, the notes at the bottom, a lot less of the year, rates can change. I don't see them changing hugely, going to the downside at all, until they take care of inflation. And if you followed what inflation does over the years, the only time inflation drops is when they get interest rates above it. So you think where inflation is and where we currently are, rate-wise, they got a couple more percentage points to go.
What kind of rates on the money market right now? Just
4.
4? That's not bad.
No.
I mean, that's pretty
Yeah,
good.
I would love to be able to put my money in the bank. We were trying to figure out how you might be able to sneak it in there with, you know.
You could put it in, you just might not take it back.
I would pay my next
We would
taxes.
appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm gonna pay the next 10 years worth of taxes.
Money market, 4, what are CDs right now?
About the same thing. The money market's short-term and CDs are a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And they don't like to pay more. But the last one I just did was 4 1/4. And some of the banks don't want money.
Oh, that's right, they don't.
So, and that was, Central told me, you can't have this much money in here, you need to move it. So I had to move it somewhere else that's not paying as much. The KMIP, the Kansas Municipal Pool, it doesn't pay near as good as what I can get from most of the money market accounts around. So I don't have any money with them.
As these funds come in, are they going into the jail account?
No. The jail CDs will, but the other money just goes into general.
General.
Well, I say that, some of it, some of this money is, economic development, so that goes back into there.
Okay, so wherever it come from is where it's gonna go back into.
Yeah,
I know that's what we talked about on the jail side.
but most of it's general. Yeah, well over $1 million would be going to general, probably $1.5 million.
So the 10 million in the bond that we got, where is that money? It's in this?
The jail CDs,
That's in CDs, okay.
which I can't earn as much. You'll remember they said, yeah, you're not allowed to make money on this.
Right.
And so that's what, down there in the notes, jail interest is offset by bond interest. It's about 1.25% difference. The max I could do was 3.5, and the banks actually said, oh, sure, we'll take that money, because they can make more on it.
Sorry.
Yeah. And again, unforeseen expenses could lessen the expected amounts, but I would still anticipate close to 2 million for the year. And then you can see what those numbers at the bottom. 2019 was $1 million, 20 was 562, 21 was really bad, and then last year was a little over 400.
We don't want another 21, do we?
I know. Well, it depends. Interest-wise, it's not very good, but that means all the other expenses are less. So,
Yeah, true.
You know, in 19, you got $1 million unforeseen expenses. What made up that unforeseen expenses?
that's not what that says. That's the interest that was made in 19, is the $1 million. That's just a bullet point.
Okay.
Unforeseen expenses could lessen amounts. But 2019 was $1,023,000 in interest
Okay.
before I got here. Any questions on interest, where money is, what they're doing?
Anyway.
Okay. The other thing I have would be the construction side of things, and it seems to be a little more important now than before, like, just from the standpoint of what's going to be going on in the county. We're probably going to need to hire somebody, I would guess, down the road a couple of years, and by doing this, that would actually make another desk available. You'll see down there within the notes what that does. Anyway, what I'd be adding that, like I said, we're trying to put a hole in the wall so we could have another desk area for handicap accessibility as well as the driver's license side. It's going to enlarge the work area for the girls up front so we're not confusing papers with one another and they just have a little bit more space. And then getting rid of the carpet in a little better than an industrial gray look in there. Maybe it'll make people a little happier. I'm not going to use red paint. Yeah, bring the bowls in the china closet, and it's bad enough as it is. So, but that's that plan. The problem with it is you can't do this in a day, especially within our office, and it's hard to have anything closed. So we'll have a couple of us always working, but the front will basically need to be shut so we can do the carpet, move desks, lay some carpet down, build some desks in the back, and then move everything back so we can do the front half, and at the same time painting. And the local staff said they wouldn't mind helping with the paint job as long as we're not rushing them in anything. And I said, well, I'm looking at roughly 4 or 5 days that this is going to take. And so I'm looking at the middle of a month, which is generally the slow time. A Monday doesn't have driver's license already, so I'm taking one Monday, so that wouldn't offer any problems that way. Most people don't plan ahead enough to do it in the middle of the month. They're always wait for the last minute, so it's an emergency on their behalf. So anyway, middle of the month, few days closed, and actually I think that's one of the federal holidays, which would be June, not federal, but one of the new holidays is Juneteenth, is that Monday that I'm asking for this to be closed. And then all this fun stuff amounts to, and again, I added extra, just knowing what construction costs are, but it's only 16.5 is my inflated guess. The numbers I have now show it at about 14.
You feel that's got a little cushion in it, maybe then.
Yeah. But again, if you look down the bottom, that would give an extra desk, whereas Tanya and Diane can go help on what is going to be the handicap station, which would then in the future be an additional desk that we could have somebody else when we wind up having more people moving around and into town.
So it's going to be through that west wall and another station in there.
And so the front ones will still be tall like they are, but that one in there will be a lower desk. So a wheelchair could actually slide in there. 40-inch opening going through. I mean, the office isn't big enough, but it's what needs done. And what else we got down there? It'll help with workflow again. Questions, comments? You can tell me get lost. I can't spend $16,000.
You guys are pretty close quarters down there.
Yeah.
Contractors,
We haven't got that far yet.
just wanna make sure they're insured,
Mhm.
proper insurance, I don't know if Wade wants any of it bonded.
So, since you're gonna be
I called the state. Mhm.
So, there's a statute that deals with the architecture side of things for the county buildings, so
Mhm.
just to make sure that's covered as well.
Yeah, I've called them.
I wouldn't have anything else.
Okay.
I haven't heard any objections towards it.
Oh, no.
No, I mean, I see, I was,
We're saving them up.
Saving them up.
I was in there Tuesday getting my tags, and, yeah, it's overwhelming in there.
Mhm. And so being able to open that door, that would give a little bit less talking, since, you know, the driver's license side, they're really vocal, have to be asking questions. So having them in a different room, it would close off some of that sound. So it should make communication a little easier. Spreading people a little bit apart helps.
So they would use this new portion
Mhm.
of the driver's license.
Yeah, and so it'd be basically as much space as 10 feet. So over here where Wade is the driver's license, and then there's a desk here with a skinny little pass-through to get out, to help them with whatever. Hey, stand back here, read a sign.
Okay.
And it'll have a latch similar to what we already have, a little door that tries to keep the children out.
Yeah.
All the children know how to use the latches already, so every now and
They're
then.
seasoned. Same thing?
I'm hoping Wade can give me a taser so I can get kids, but
That's awesome. Excellent idea.
I want it to be legal. Tom slide one on the table. No. So anyway,
Same
okay.
issues.
Sounds good. Thanks, Richard.
Yep. Thank you guys.
Thank you, sir. We have a change? Did we have a change? Oh, okay. Interim Health Director Katie Rich, you got the floor.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I know it says budget, but to put your mind at ease, I'm not here to ask for more money. That's not why I'm here. And I don't like public speaking, just so we're clear on that too, okay? No, so in working in my first several days in my interim position, of course, I've, well, been looking over a lot of things, and it came to my attention, of course, right away that Carl's position was placed linear to mine instead of under, you know, where Marilyn used to work under Lindsay Payer or whoever the director was, and now he's directly under the commission. And so working with Jennifer Huguenin, our fiscal manager, which she's been a huge help to me, of course, because she's helping me understand our current budget. We're just wondering if there was consideration placed in Carl's budget, you know, because since he's directly below the commission now, if he's going to have his own budget, if he's his own department, or if somehow there'll be more money put into our budget if necessary in the health department. Jennifer has some, I don't know if they'd be considered estimations or the true, if you want to come up here.
It would definitely be estimations.
Estimations?
Just on,
Okay.
Current trends of what we spend.
Yeah. With Marilyn being in the position previously, of course, but now with Carl potentially working on the CHIPS work.
Our personnel budget is nowhere near our estimation.
Yeah.
Even with the buffer. The health department will not be able to afford all of the salaries that are now in place.
So that's just one budget? Is that one budget then?
The health department is.
Which
So our main
entail
question
which
is.
entail Maryland's, is that,
It did.
okay.
Did.
But she was not a salaried position, she was an hourly position. And so the position you created is substantially higher in cost than what
Than what was before.
existed. Right, it exceeds the entire amount, that was spent for environmental budget in the previous 5 years. So even just his salary is more than what we allot for environment, and it doesn't include fuel, maintenance on vehicles, any sort of,
So that's taking away from what you guys need.
any sort of office supplies, meals, you know, you have training. I mean, there's quite an expense for environmental. It's always been under the health department. So the question is, who's going to be fiscally responsible for that, and where is that money going to come from?
And it's just a consideration. We didn't bring printouts or anything like that, and we didn't want to blindside, but we thought we better bring it up before we get into a hole and have an issue. And then just to make it black and white, you know, who fiscally is responsible? Is Jennifer going to be, or is Carl going to be for his department? So that's really just something to consider.
Chances are you've probably got enough funds to, I would assume, although we don't have any black and white figures, probably got enough funds to get you to September, October. And at that time, we could make an adjustment too, when we know more what the dollars need. I don't think there's any question we're here to make it work.
Sure.
I mean, there's no
Yep.
question on that.
Yep.
And I understand where they're coming from.
Yeah.
You're just presenting the ground floor.
Yeah, so that way it's
Information.
out here and
That's
we
what
know.
you're doing
Be
now.
thinking about it.
Which I think we probably
Considering
understood there
issues.
was gonna
Yeah,
be more funds needed.
sure. And I know that that's unknown too now with his work changing. I know nuisance properties have been brought up, so I don't know if there's another employee someday or what, you know, but he's a department of one right now, but it could change. We knew that. It's always a possibility, so. Is there anything else in that regard?
Just looking for clarification.
Yeah, we'll have to have clarification so we know if Jennifer does his budgeting or if, yeah. And you did mention we'd only be about, if we stayed right where we were right now, right where we were to December, did you say about 7,500-ish?
Yeah,
Where we'd be,
for salary.
for salary, like wage-wise, we would be over
7,500.
about 70, that's just wages.
But that also does account for, I don't know that figure would be totally accurate because there's no way we're gonna have a new administrator today.
Yeah.
And so that, we don't have that expense currently. We're also down a full-time nurse.
We're one, yeah.
One RN,
Yeah.
or LPN, RN.
Yep.
So
And you told us that.
we're short
Right,
a
yes.
couple staff members. Potentially, we need 2 more, and I'm figuring in for that salary. And that is figuring that they would be hired tomorrow and start, you know,
Right.
pay. So
And we're
that's not
already
gonna
here,
happen.
yeah.
So
And you're doing,
realistically, we're gonna be right at the budget.
and you're doing the accounting side now, is that correct?
That's correct.
Wonderfully, she
Well,
does,
and we
yeah.
haven't,
Yeah.
we
she
really
does,
haven't
yeah.
had any expenses in the
Yeah.
week,
Sure.
but it's just, okay, as this comes in,
Yeah.
is this out of the health department? I do, for grants and such, I do have to keep it separate, so I know exactly how much the environmental department has cost us. I have a 5-year, you know, well, I can go back as long as I've been here, 12 years, 15 years, and let you know how much the environmental department has cost. But looking at it, with the salary that was set, that exceeds
The full budget.
the full budget for the environmental department.
Okay.
Most of those funds that will be added to it, Angie, won't they just come out of the general account?
Probably if you needed to somehow help them, we wouldn't be able to put more money into the health department because then we'd have to republish the budget.
Right.
So
Just have some directly.
we could probably get by, through the end of the year
We just gotta
using the
make
general
sure we
fund.
get through this year, then we
And maybe
can plan for 24.
maybe evaluate it come budget time. If you need to create or do something different, you can plan that this summer or in June.
Does that sound workable to you ladies?
I think it does, yeah. Yeah, we just wanted clarification so that way we were all on the same page as to where, yeah.
I just don't wanna run your budget too short to where you're not able to do what you need to do.
Right.
That's the main thing.
Yeah.
We
Pay
wanna
bills.
make sure that,
Yeah.
But then the question was who takes care of the accounting side on the environmental? And that's a question too. So,
well, if it's under the health department,
It's not under the health department,
well,
it's linear to the health.
right, it's linear too, so. For now, it's under the health department. I mean, pretty much, the way I'm understanding it.
As long as you guys say it is, because on the org chart
Right,
it's not,
'cause you
so
put
that's
it
why
in
we
barrel.
were, yeah.
that's what you're looking
Yeah,
for.
that's why we want, yeah, we just want to be clear to make sure that that's what is supposed to happen, so that way a year from now, we weren't like, what,
Yeah.
what were we doing, yeah.
Do we need a motion for that or anything, or?
I'm gonna let Wade field it.
Yeah.
I would suggest that until things get sorted out, so you understand what the fiscal impact is gonna be, that it sort of be, monitored under the health department for now, and then we'll figure it out. The budget issue, we'll go back in time probably a little further than you wanna go, but anytime you have a budget that's set, the way you guys are in control of the purse strings of the county, which includes budgets, so the way other counties will rein in, and that's not what needs to happen here, whether they're elected officials or non-department heads who have an excessive inflated budget and abuse it with, in the opinion of the commissioners, they tighten up the budget, and then if you get, let's say you get to October and you're running out of your budget, whether it be salaries or anything else, we'll use the sheriff since he's here, and he needs a new patrol car because one of his guys got into a wreck and totaled it, hitting a deer. He has to have it, you have to do it, it's a necessary expense, but if he wants to come in and spend money on something that is not necessary, then you don't have to approve that. So salaries to run and operate the health department are necessary. Anything else that stems from that would be required for them to efficiently and effectively operate the health department are necessary. Anything extra, let's say they want to get a new laptop and they don't need one, well, then you can say no on that. And that's how you effectively manage the budget issue when you get to a department that may get to the cap, if that makes sense. So it's not like it's going to stop and there's going to be an issue. Salaries are necessary, so you have to pay salaries, or else you don't have employees.
And I don't know that it's gonna be an issue, I just didn't wanna wait till September, October and say, we have no money, and,
Right.
but
Sure.
just so you're aware, we are,
Might be cutting it close.
and we have historically ran a very tight budget, and normally we've never we've never overspent over our budget, we've always underspent. We have budgeted for vehicles for the last 6-7 years, and we just
don't buy them.
keep using what we have, because it's, why replace it if it doesn't need?
Exactly.
But then, you know, this year where we add in an extra salary position, we do have a vehicle for the budget to buy, like, we're not going to be able to do all the things we budgeted for.
Right.
So, but I just, with it being a linear position, if he decided to, you know, go into an excessive amount of training, I mean, and he's new to the position, so there might be a lot of trainings or a lot of extra. Are we able to have that paid out of, will it be paid out of health department, or will it be paid from general, or will it be decided on a case-by-case basis, just going forward? And Carl is not he doesn't overspend.
No.
I'm not saying that, I'm just
You're just
protecting
way
the
up,
health
yeah.
department and the environmental department. Who pays for what?
Huh, Three,
Oh,
2,900. I kind of looked at salaries before we made this decision to do this.
Mhm.
And actually, if Marilyn was still here and she would've got the 6%, that would've took her to 65.
That thing.
65 and some change,
Mhm.
Carl was at 68 and some change, so
Yeah.
there's like a $2,900 difference in
Yep.
salaries. So I mean, I guess I've been hearing a few things, or maybe I'm hearing you wrong about added positions, because there really isn't one added, because Marilyn was there and Carl was there.
Her
so-
operating budget wasn't very high, I think that was part of it.
And I
yeah.
agree now that
Yeah.
we've created this position,
Yeah.
that operating budget
Yep.
will be high.
Yeah.
There.
Probably, and that was
Because
just.
of code
yeah.
services that we're
Mhm.
talking about implementing
Right,
as well.
right.
So your
Yep.
concern is
That's all.
justifiable.
Yeah.
So that's probably what we ought to do, is create that department, so to speak.
Potentially looking into, especially
Because-
the 24 budget.
Correct.
And we start working on that, preliminary, we've already started, just because of the grant cycle.
And then we've already applied for a
that we
grant,
use.
yeah. Yep.
And the main reason for creating this department was because it's a 99% probability that the CHIPS deal is coming.
Right.
He's
Oh,
gonna, where he's gonna direct a lot of attention in that direction, so. I'm just thinking out loud here right now, so.
Yeah.
well, I think they're planting seeds to us that what's going on might be tight towards the end of the year.
Okay.
Yep.
You know, and bringing it to our attention that, they might need some help in the latter part of the year.
I can see that.
And just so Jennifer knows how to do her job, that, you know, essentially
gonna
that's what it is,
say,
cause her job is
and
a
his-
daily accounting, so.
And that still is Jennifer's, yes.
So I've heard no objection to that, have we? I mean, that's
No, no.
what everybody,
No, I think that's what it needs to
if
say.
that's workable.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right.
Everything's evolving as we go.
Yes, absolutely, yeah, and that's why we're here, just,
Yeah.
yep. And then I just had one small thing, at the end of the month, we typically would attend something called the Governor's Public Health Conference, and it's literally a conference just for health departments, and I find it to be the most beneficial conference I go to. It's one of the only ones that I like to go to, because it's pointed directly at us, and we would like to ask permission to be closed for the days of the 29th and the 30th of this month to be able to attend. It's already funded. It's like a pass-through. If we attend, you'd have to explain exactly how the funding source works. Is it a grant?
It's a grant.
It's a grant, so it doesn't, we pay for it, but then we're paid directly back, right?
A lot of our grants, we have to attend
We
this.
have to go, yeah.
In
One
the
person has to
past,
go.
we've split it up and, you know, half the staff goes and half stays back to do this. But with, COVID funding, one of their things was all staff was allotted funds to go.
Okay.
If we could go, we would love to have that permission, to be able to close for 2 days.
I think that sounds good.
Sandy, we need to have a public forum for that.
They can just submit a letter,
Okay. I mean,
showing the date.
that's what we've always done.
Yeah.
We approve it
Mhm.
as
And
long
we'll-
as it's within the state of Kansas.
It's not overnight, is it?
It is overnight.
It is overnight.
Mhm, it is 2 nights,
It's
yep,
2 nights.
yep. So, yeah,
And the
it's
grant covers lodging, food, and the conference.
the conference, so it's not a cost.
Like, you need to make use of that. Good.
Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. And like I said, it goes directly to the work that we do. This and the immunization conference are just about the most helpful that we do anytime during the year, so, I think that's all. If you guys don't have any questions for me, so, thank you for your time.
Thanks for the
Very
update.
much.
Yeah,
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. Thanks.
Thank you. Did you want to switch Bobby and Heidi?
No,
Or-
leave Heidi, but we'll get him in between him.
Yeah. Yeah. Economic Development, Bobby Skipper. We'll flip things around a little bit.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Morning.
I'd asked for an executive session, but I don't think it's necessary. There is additional property that the commission has under option that has not been exercised or purchased yet. It's roughly 80 acres. There is a industry that is wanting to start construction right away. It would, on an engineering level, be too difficult to try to plug them into the other site, the Bailey property. So it's just floated as an idea right now, that if they want to move fast, like right away, to not interfere with the much larger project across the road, that they construct on the Bloomer property, that's public
Talking about
record.
the 70 acres on the east side.
Yes, sir. They don't need all of it, but what they do purchase, they would pay the same premium or more than the county currently has on a price per acre level. I don't have enough, I've got a good amount of information to share with the commission, but I was hoping at next commission meeting, we go into more detail, and I should have also some stuff back from the state today, which is part of the formula of being able to tell you everything you need, but, and this is one company that's not currently, that you hadn't already known about. This is a separate one, a new one. So maybe next commission meeting, I come back and talk to you about this. I'll have more information.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
There's gonna be need for property in that location,
Yes, sir.
and we've got our hands on it. We've got the option for it.
You know how many acres they would be thinking about?
Right now, they're looking at a third of the 80, so 27 acres or.
There's only 70-some acres
Looks like this,
on that track.
you know,
Yes,
we're east-west on an 80 though, so I mean, the stuff that's against the highway is gonna be
Premium.
more valuable than the stuff in the back, so we don't wanna
Yes, sir.
give up our cream of the crop for not getting compensated for it. Just
Absolutely.
my way of thinking.
That's good business.
We don't need to act on anything today, just.
No, sir.
Food, plant and seed.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Bobby.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, one last thing, I didn't text everybody, but there is, we made the CBS Sunday Morning News. I don't know if you guys saw that, but, they had a map of all the projects that the Department of Commerce said that they were gonna fund, and we were identified on
Heard
it.
about it, I didn't, one friend of mine called me and told me, I didn't see it.
Yes, sir. So it was pretty neat.
Getting some information.
I looked at a lot of that too, and I had a conversation with Wade yesterday. He brought up the fact that most of those are larger cities in comparison to Irvington, Coffee County, Kansas.
Yeah.
When I got to really look at the map, you were right, it's like,
Big metros and then little
Yeah.
podunk us. That's right.
But wasn't that part of the grant, was had a preference for an area like
That's
ours,
right.
is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Great, great.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Bobby.
you.
Thank you, sir. Now that the hearing's supposed to be at the same time. Oh, yeah. Or we could take a break. We've got some special issues stuff here to sign. We can just
do that.
We can just roll on. Mr. Johnson, you got anything good for us today, sir? No?
No, sir.
We wanna sign checks, we wanna take a break. Which do you want?
I can sign checks.
Okay.
There's all the rest of you, anybody want to break?
No.
Good for me,
We
okay.
might as well keep rolling.
I do have one thing.
Come on.
Too late now.
So, I don't know if you guys all aware, I'm sure that Angie's spoken about it. Had a stolen car recovered from Chinook, Saturday in New Strong. And, these alleged suspects, that we believe, of course we don't know, but the alleged suspect that stole the car stole one of our county employees' bicycles.
My son's bike.
Was seen on that bicycle. Of course, once an officer saw him, he bailed and ran, and eventually stole another vehicle from New Strong, and then left. One of my officers and myself, I was 3 or 4 minutes behind, but one of our officers seized the vehicle at Vito Junction, initiates a pursuit, and the guy goes northbound in the southbound lanes, and doesn't get a half mile before he heads on, crashes with another couple. He bails out and runs. So, he was not apprehended, he got away from us, but just to let you know, we know who it is now. So, we'll be working multiple cases on this gentleman, and trying to get him to obviously come and explain to Mr. Bowie and the judge why he did what he did. The reason I'm talking about that is, my deputy that saw him and started the chase tried to pin him in. He crashed his vehicle in the southbound lanes. When I got there, a minute or so behind, the vehicle was right in the middle of the southbound lanes. And so when he hit the vehicle to try to tap it in to keep him from leaving, he damaged the front bumper. We have those push bumpers. Damaged the front bumper, trying to pin him in. And it's only cosmetic. It's drivable. Everything else. It's just if we can't replace that and fix that, I probably don't buy another push bumper. So it's not my budget. I've got plenty of money. Just wanted you to know that if you see an accident report come across or a bill that we're buying another push bumper, that's what it's for. It did exactly what it was supposed to do. It took the damage other than the vehicle, but That's what you'll see if that point comes across, you'll know what it's about.
On 75 or 35?
35.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
He turned, he just went across, the on-ramp, and then saw my deputy was right behind him. He blacked out on my deputy and turned and went northbound in the southbound lanes and hit a couple. Luckily, they weren't hurt badly. They were bumped up, bruised, scared to death what was going on. You have 5 officers sliding to a stop, and bailing out, running after a guy, and they just didn't, anybody, it was obviously scared, and thank God that they weren't hurt, getting hit head on. So he swerved directly into him. There's video of the entire thing. The officer was close enough behind to see it. And glad that they walked away. We took them to a motel because they weren't from here. We took them to a motel and got them set up for the night. But needless to say, there was a lot of activity, a lot of sirens going by. We had helicopters up looking for a guy. We had our drone, dog units out, and everything else. So,
Do you have an address for this person?
to be truthful, I don't know what the address is.
Okay, I should know if he was local.
No, he's not, sir. This is not a local person.
Okay.
No, this is not, so.
Okay.
But other than that, if you see that bill come across your desk, you can always call me. That's probably what it's gonna be. If you see a bumper come across your desk.
Very good.
What do those cost?
Pardon me?
What do those cost, do you know?
Oh, I'll say 3,000. No, it's probably less than $1,000. We buy those big Thunderstruck bumpers. We have had great luck with those. We've hit deer at 70 miles an hour, and everything else, and it dang sure is well worth the money. We have on almost every vehicle we have, and the cost, as you well know, one deer accident pays for it immediately. I've got one on mine now. I didn't have one. No reason for me to probably buy one. I don't do a lot of driving. But Douglas County Sheriff's Office here a year ago got rid of all of their Tahoes. And they called us and said, "Don't you guys run Tahoes?" "Yeah, we got 7 bumpers laying in a warehouse. If you want one, come get it." So we went up and got one, and I put on a bumper. It didn't cost us a dime. Well, it did too. We had to pay somebody to install it, because it's got wiring and it's got lights in the front of it to give us more lighting and everything else. But it didn't cost us $200, I think. And if that saves us from a major catastrophic car deer accident or something else, you betcha.
It doesn't take long to spend $10,000.
Nope, it does not. No. A dispatcher hit a deer last week, and, kamikaze just come running out, hit her right in the driver's side door, spun her down. It made dents in the driver's door, passenger door in the rear, and it was $4,000 just to skin it and repaint it. So.
And the deer hit her.
Yes, kamikaze. It hit her right in the side. Didn't hit her front, hit her right in the side all the way down. So
They
not
gotta
doesn't take very
bounce
long.
off a few times.
Yeah, they do.
We all have that. So.
Jesse, while Tom and Wade are both here, last week, or maybe the week before, we signed off on funds for the Waverly after prom. And we've already done that for Burlington and SCC and Lebo, I think. But after Anita and I was looking at this, because we was looking at a couple other things, diversion fund was $333, special law was $333, and special parks and rec was $333. And after Anita and I talked a little bit, that $333 for special park is coming out of tax dollars, and all the other after proms is $500 out of diversion, $500 out of special. And Anita wanted me to bring it up, and since Tom and Jesse are here, to approve a change is what she'd like to see done. But I don't know what Wade.
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
She wasn't sure how the special parks and rec got charged for a third of it.
Well, that would be my fault.
And I'm not trying to find fault.
No, I took it off of a previous one that you did, and I'm not sure that was correct.
Okay.
So I think there was an error in that. So if you're wanting to ask Wade and Tom to take that extra 333 out of their reserves, that's what you'd have to ask them.
I think you and I had already approved that for after prom. I think it was where
The extra
the
333.
third, so it probably needs to be
If you guys approved
Split-
it,
split
split
to the
between
two,
you.
Instead of Parks and Rec.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the commission doesn't wanna pay $333, is that what I'm hearing?
Well, that's out of tax, normally we take that out of diversion or whatever, normally we never do that out of tax dollars. And here, $333 was.
I was buying old
Okay,
motions.
so that's what's been done in the past, because that's what you've done for the last several years. Is we all split this 3 ways. How was it done? Again, if you don't want that done, we promise that, I'll pay the rest of it out of mine. But it's been done in the past, so I just didn't know why it's come up an issue now.
It looks like it might have been the only school that was done that way in the past, and Jessica didn't go any back further, she didn't go any further back than 1 or 2 years.
I think we'd have to go back and research it, because I think it has been split up 3 ways in the past. Now, I don't know where it
check
came
the other
from.
schools as well.
So it probably needs to just be researched and then revisited at a later date time. Because I thought it has been split 3 ways, so it's the commission, county attorney diversion, and then sheriff special law enforcement trust fund.
I thought so too.
But I don't have the details in front of me.
I mean, that was a no-brainer on my part, because that's what we've done in the past. I don't know where it came from your, from your funds. All I know is we always split it 3 ways, $333 a piece. But whatever you want to do. If you guys don't want to do that,
This is going to all the
or
schools.
can't do that,
Is that right?
we've already promised for 2, and I'll take the rest out of my budget,
But it
out
goes-
of my
But
fund.
it
I've got
involves all the schools.
seizure money there.
Okay.
All the other schools have
Did it have
been
normally done?
50-50.
Yeah.
I'll just research it, if it's been 50-50 to the other
So
schools.
what is it? What school is it that this would have went
This is
to?
Waverly here.
Okay. And it's how much?
Total of 1,000.
Every school's been 1,000 for a number of years. How far back, I can't answer.
And this is 1,000 as well, but it's,
Split 3
Don's
ways.
saying it's been split 2 ways, and now it's being split
Yeah,
3
we'll,
ways.
we'll have to go back.
I'm looking in 2019, and it is, special parks and rec, diversion, and special law enforcement. I'm gonna go back further.
I think all the other schools are 500 out of each. Out of the,
But she's saying, since 2019, it's been done in a 3-way split.
Yeah,
with-
I'm
with-
looking here and going
Along
back.
with all the schools, I think.
We can do the research.
Yeah, I think it is.
We can do research and.
We can do a
bring it
journal
back.
entry if we have
Yeah.
to, or something.
We'll just bring it back. Do the research like we're supposed to do. Find out give us the finding.
It was just brought up to me last week, and I tried to look at some, and, but I didn't know, I didn't go very far. Sorry, Don.
Do the research, see where it's at.
While Tom's here, before he leaves, and I don't know if you noticed the 2 trees now across the street at the park. Tom posted something on the sheriff's webpage, 2 trees the county had purchased, I don't know, within the last 2 or 3.
2016 and 2019.
Yeah, that are baby trees, is what I call them. I don't know if that's the right term or not, but they were moved from where they would probably be wiped out with the new parking situation and put across the street. And I think that's important, because it shows and demonstrates that, the commissioners and the county and the sheriff care about the trees, and if they're young trees, that they just don't need to be chopped up and mulched and knocked down. Is that a good way of putting that?
So, thank goodness that we have our maintenance staff here in Barb. She does, the flowers, the trees, the gardening, everything that she does is unbelievable, in my personal opinion. She personally planted these 2 trees. And when we talked to the public about this, when Eric and I and Wade went to the schools and said, we will do what we can for you to make this parking project work, the public came out and said, what are you gonna do with all the trees? Just cut them down and use them for firewood? And we said, some of them are gonna have to go, folks, and some of them are not. We made arrangements, we talked to architects, we talked to the schools, we talked to you, and we were gonna try to make some islands to keep the bigger trees. These 2 trees, if we could get them moved for the small amount that it was, Strutter came down with their implement, dug them up, we put them across the street, around that gazebo where they look nice, they'll be great for shade. And again, it lets the public know that we do care about what they say, and I think it was a great thing to do.
And that was something you brought up a month or 2 ago.
I
about-
did.
Yeah, right,
Yeah.
about moving,
Yeah.
yeah.
And the cost to move them is substantially less than replacing a tree
Yeah.
of that size, and I don't think you could even buy one or purchase one that's sitting over there now, so I think that needed to be brought out in an open session, because that was something important that was done.
Well, you get the growth you've already got, starting out small again.
These were hand planted by one of our employees and babied it to get it where they're at now. That too is something, but
It takes a lot of time.
absolutely.
Hopefully they'll survive.
Yeah.
She's undertaking a big job today down there.
She's I already went by and said hello and wanted to leave her alone, so yeah.
Is that it? All you got?
Oh, there's more later.
Okay. It's 10 o'clock, we'll call on our zoning administrator, Heidi Hurst.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
I think I hand out the books, and I have to make them for the board anyway,
Thanks, Tom.
so.
And then give them back to you.
Yep, and then you give them back to me, and I can recycle them. The checklist should be in your green folders.
You did go to the grade? Okay, sorry.
You got anyone that can speak on it?
I call agenda item 5, which is consideration of case number SU 2023-1. This is an application for an establishment of,
Agritourism?
there we go, agritourism venue for you pick occasional events, and a flower shop as a special use in A1 agricultural district. Before we proceed with consideration of this case, I ask the governing members if any of them intend to disqualify themselves from participating in this discussion because they or their relatives own the property in the official notification area, or they have a conflict of interest or a particular bias on this matter, sorry. No, nobody has spoke forward. I declare we have a quorum of 5 to present for the consideration of this case. Has the clerk received any protest petitions on this case?
No, I have not.
That's a no. I ask governing body members if they have all received copies of the unapproved minutes of the planning board meeting February 15th, 2023, which summarizes the public hearing on this case.
Yes.
I now call the zoning administrator, Heidi Hurst, to provide us with a report on this case and the recommendation of the planning board.
Okay. So, restate the case again, SU 2023-01. So when you go through the book, under the zoning administrators tab, they discuss the request, the case history, the site size, and the proposed use of the property. The next page is going to be the adjacent zoning and existing land use map. So it shows what it's zoned as and the houses that are around it and the roads that are around it as well. Then we talked about the background information over there. I don't know how much detail you want me to go into it. We talked about the A1 agricultural district, what the requirements are for it. Then we get into the pictures of the site that was taken a week before the hearing, all the following pictures. Then we get into factors and findings. It was brought to my attention that a couple of the northeast and the east part should actually be northwest. So I'm going to line through those and just bring that more up to date. It was just a Scribner's error at that point, and none of us caught it. The rest of them are as follows. Then they have the notices, and I have the map. So it shows the contour maps of the drainage of the property, shows the landowners notified, and a couple that were not received. And then in the back of the book gives the recommendation of the sanitation officer, his memo, plus the Lou LaBelle's business plan, and then a little bit of correspondence that I had with some of the landowners. The planning board decided to recommend approval for this case, but they did place the following 4 conditions on the case if you guys decide to approve it today. And I'd like to read those at this time. The applicants and agents will follow the recommendation of environmental health for all requirements according to the Coffee County Sanitation Code. 2, when Amelia Grace Kruger and Weston Kruger are no longer using the property for an agritourism business venue for U-Pick flowers with occasional events and flower shop, the special use will be null and void after 30 days unless the new landowner goes through the zoning process to continue the use. 3, the applicants and agents are allowed a business sign that will meet the current zoning regulations. And 4, all necessary licenses or permits to operate the business are provided to the zoning administrator and updated as they renew. So that is what the planning board reviewed that night. Do you guys have any questions for me?
I don't believe so. I know Tom said he was at the meeting.
Yeah, I attended. I think Carl's only concern was that if they started getting quite a few clients, that the present septic test system might have to be upgraded. Am I correct in that statement?
He did talk about it being a single cell one and that they're going to use porta potties, but yes, if it did get bigger, they would have to come back and address him to let him know to do a water balance study to see if the current lagoon can handle the extra waste. So yes, that was his concern. So that would be condition number 1, where that would fall under to make sure that happens.
Are there any other questions for the zoning administrator of from the governing body members?
No.
No. Are there any written communications or petitions from the public, clerk?
No.
I don't know. Does the applicant wish to present any new information?
No.
Unless
you want me to.
If you've got new information you want to present, you're more than welcome to come forward.
I just gave her, like, some of our permits and licensings, and, like, we've been registered as agritourism through the state, and we would have been here earlier. Didn't know that we needed to do it on the county level before the state approved us, so we would have been here earlier, had need be, but we're here now, trying to do it, so.
Alrighty. Are there any questions to the applicant from the governing body members?
Not at this time.
Nothing at this moment. Does anyone from the public wish to respond to the applicant's information or provide new information on the case not otherwise presented at the planning board public hearing that should be brought to the attention of the governing bodies? If so, please rise and give your name and address.
They're flocking.
Nobody. Do any of the commission members have a question for the public? Nothing. Does the applicant have any further response to the public comments at closing? Nothing. All right. Deliberation. Assuming the governing body governing body has received all the information they need on this case. I will outline the choices provided under the state statutes of the governing body action, KSA 12757, Section C. I think you all can see that.
Yeah.
The reasoning: approve, disapprove, override, approve, override, and disapprove, return to planning board.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we approve.
A motion to approve,
I'd second that.
seconded by Wade. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Approved. Closing remarks. Persons aggravated with the final decision of the governing body on this matter have 30 days after the reflecting resolution is published, within which to appeal to district court. We want to thank you for participating in this discussion of the case, and you are welcome to stay for the remainder of our meeting. I call agenda item, what was that, 6?
5. 5, I believe.
I call agenda item 6.
That's the resolution. Oh, you can see.
Thank you, Heidi. Very well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
See you later.
Happy fire growing.
Yep, very good. Nice.
May the rain come when you need them.
Nice to have,
Non-seasonal photos.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
yeah, nice to have businesses, thank you.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of people coming from like Olathe and Wichita, and
Great.
we're kind of growing in the bridal world. So we have like our big wedding coming up at the Brownstone in Topeka, and then we have
Good.
Kansas City, Wichita, and Missouri.
Wow.
Big venue weddings because people like the aspect of the flower farm and flower shop.
Okay, keep it going.
Thank you.
Good.
Great.
Thank you. Good luck.
Sorry.
Must have been from one.
That's when you were, yeah.
When I was gone.
Coffee time, John. Coffee time.
Yeah.
Fill up time.
Yeah, fill up time. All right. So now we're waiting on Ryan Durst. Oh, he's here. Well, hello, Ryan. You snuck in on me. Well, let's get you going. I don't know how I missed you in the blue shirt. Good morning, Ron. How are you?
Good morning, great, how are you guys?
Morning.
Present and counted for.
So, as you can probably see, we have several motions today. I think I'll just jump right in. So, we're ready to put our asphalt projects out for bid. So we've discussed 3 of those already. I did have one, the 4th one here, that after some discussion with our foreman, you know, we talked about doing some asphalt in our parking lot. They brought up some issues with our salt barn and basically the floor. We're having some issues with some subgrade issues in our salt barn and some drainage issues. You know, we'd like to see about possibly put some asphalt in that. I've done a little inquiring. You know, Franklin County, I think they put asphalt in their salt barn like 2008. They put 8 inches in there and they haven't had any issues with it. I know the state, some of their salt domes are starting to redo they're going with asphalt instead of concrete, just due to the salt deteriorating the concrete, I think. But
So that holds up pretty good as far as loaders going in
yeah,
there, if you try to
yeah.
stay
So
out
like
of
in our
there.
salt barn, we would look at doing 8 inches in the salt barn, and then probably on a little approach and inside the salt barn, we'd be looking at doing 12 inches, just because of the extra weight from trucks dumping there and our loader going in and out right there. But, so it's just some discussion on that. That's the fourth motion I have there. Yeah, like I said, the other three we've talked about back when I presented the project for this year.
I deliver a lot of salt to the state facilities, and I will say that probably 90% of them are on asphalt.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of the reason is because the concrete, it just eats that concrete up.
Right.
You know, and I mean, Tom probably have.
It'll eat it up.
It'll eat it up,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
The
salt's pretty corrosive
It's just
stuff,
a matter
so.
of time.
Right.
So, but, all right. Want me to hit the start on the motions for you?
Sure.
Motion 2023-25, based on the recommendation of the interim road and bridge superintendent, move to request to solicit sealed bids for A2301-C hot mix asphalt project, approximately 1.5 miles of 1.5 hot mix, 24 inches wide overlay on 12th Road to Oxon, to Native, to Oxon, and Native to 12, to 12.5. Funds to be paid from general fund public works asphalt line item.
So moved.
Moved by Huguenin.
Second.
Seconded by McCurry. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Based upon the recommendation, motion 2023-26, based upon the recommendation of the interim road and bridge superintendent, move to request to solicit sealed bids A2302 hot mix asphalt project, approximately 3/4 mile of 1.5 hot mix, 26 inches wide, 26 feet wide, overlay on Palmer Road from 26 Road to 26.6, and northwest radius of intersection of 22nd and Fauna. Funds to be paid from general fund public works asphalt line item. I will move.
Just second that.
Second by Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Based upon the recommendation of the interim road and bridge superintendent, move to request solicit bids for A2303C hot mix project at county shop parking lot. Funds to be paid from general fund public works asphalt line item.
So moved.
Huguenin moves. I'll second.
You just lay that over what you already have, or you?
Gonna have to dig some out.
There'll be a little bit of digging out on the drive-in lanes, because we're shooting for 8 inches of depth. We pulled some cores, and they're anywhere from 4 to 6 inches already there, but some areas will need to over excavate just a little bit. Then the rest of the parking area, we're shooting for 5 inches on the parking area, and it has anywhere from 3 to 4 now, so it's gonna be about an average of 3.5 inches
You're
total.
just gonna lay over the top and stuff
Yeah,
like that, okay.
yeah.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes. We're on 28, aren't we? 2023-28, based on the recommendation of the interim road and bridge superintendent, move to request solicit bids for A2303C hot mix project, county shop salt shed floor. Funds to be paid from general fund, public works asphalt line item.
I'll still move.
Meeks moved.
I'll second.
McCurry seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. There'll be some nice projects in the county, so. Next motion is, we had our bid opening last week, for our liquid asphalt oils, and, I think you've got all the numbers come in there, so our recommendations, be for Ergon for this year.
Have you used them in the past?
Yeah, we've used, them and Advance Brothers.
Okay.
Just varies from one year to the next, but yeah, we've used both of them
Okay.
several times
So
over
it's
the
been
years.
satisfactory.
Yeah.
Did you guys was it Ergon that you guys have trouble with the tackle?
I
Year
think,
back?
yeah, that was been 4 or 5 years ago. There were some issues, and I don't recall exactly what it was. There was something possibly about maybe they had a truck or two that didn't get cleaned out when they were changing oils.
You had something with the fog seal.
It was plugging up all the stuff on the sealer.
Yeah.
Or on your sprayer.
And
It's just been a couple, 3 years. maybe
yeah, the
3
fog
years
seal
ago.
might have been a couple of years ago. I don't remember exactly what
Yeah.
that was, but
It all kind of runs together.
right. I will say one thing, after the bid openings, there was some discussion, you know, I'm starting to gain a lot more knowledge in the asphalt side of things and the different types of oils, and, you know, I know there's different oils out there, different counties use different things, so there could be a possibility next year we'll be looking at possibly using some different type oils out there. You know, I know Apex even offered to come shoot off some oil that some of the other counties are using when we're up on 50, just to kind of give us a comparison of what we're using now to something different, and there could be something, I mean, I know there's better oils out there, but there could be some benefits to paying a little more for a better oil, so.
Might be worth the money.
Yeah, I mean, we're just, like I say, just gaining some knowledge there and looking at some different options and see if it'd be right for us moving forward.
All right, motion 2023-13, based on the recommendation of the interim road and bridge superintendent, move to approve that the bid submitted by Ergon Asphalt and Emulsions as being the best bid for 2023 liquid asphalt as shown in the bid tabulation dated March 1st, 2023. Funds to be paid from road and bridge fund.
So moved.
Moved by Hughman,
I'll second that.
seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next is the cold mix. 3 bidders on that. And so I think our recommendations would be kilo. I mean, really the prices weren't that far apart when you start looking at travel time and haul time. You know, we've used APAC and kilo both in years past, and there's even been times that maybe kilo for some reason was down at their plant when we needed cold mix, and we've asked APAC to hold their price that they bid on in the year, and they've worked with us there. So, I mean, we've used both.
Okay. Motion 2023-14, based on the recommendation of the interim road and bridge superintendent, move to approve that the bid submitted by Kilo Construction as being the best bid for cold mix patching material for 2023 road maintenance, as shown in the bid tabulation dated March 1st, 2023. Funds to be paid from road and bridge fund.
So moved.
I'll second.
Seconded by Meats. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank
Where
you.
did I come Carter is for out in left field on that bid?
Just-
Are they out of
just-
state?
Yeah, well, they're not out of state, but they're Kansas City area, so it's, I mean, pretty, yeah.
Different market.
Different market up there than it is here. Next would be a CP2, this will be for Jeff Clarkson, and he's moving into the truck out of the Asphalt leadman's position.
Have y'all seen him drive? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, so he's, like I say, he's coming out of that leadman's asphalt position and into a truck.
Motion 2023-22, move to authorize direct chairman to sign CP2 for Jeff Clarkson to CDL heavy truck driver, full-time wage, classification 3511, with a wage of $23.02, effective 3/6/23.
So moved.
Moved by Huguenin, seconded by Knight. Any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, and since he's moved, I need to open up advertising in-house to fill, crew leader, which is our asphalt leadman's position, which would be his position.
You guys are doing jump rope.
It's,
aren't you?
yeah, it's gonna be that way for too
Not
much
over.
longer, but that's
Not
okay.
over, is it?
No, it's okay. It's all good moves, so it's all good stuff, so. But yeah, it's not gonna let up anytime soon, I'm afraid, so.
2023-29, based upon the recommendation of the interim road and bridge superintendent, move to advertise in hiring one full-time crew leader in-house, no new position being added. This request will only fill current vacant within the department due to position transfer.
Also moved.
I'll second.
Meets moved, Thompson seconded, any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Alright, the next one,
I would like to call a 15-minute executive session with the board, county counselor, and Ryan Durst. Non-elected personnel, job.
To discuss,
Don't leave me out there.
non-elected personnel to discuss, I guess it would be to discuss the current interim road superintendent position.
What he said.
I'll move.
Moved by McCurry. Second. Seconded by Meeks. Any discussion?
I did that.
Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes, we'll enter it. We're gonna give us a little time, 10:30. For 15 minutes, right? 15 minutes. 10:30.
That's good, we need to.
So where did you steal this body from?
No, I had just put it in. Thank you. I had just put it in a little earlier, and it was just right inside the door. And I'm surprised that we didn't hear anything because there's so much shit in my garage with all toys that he didn't fall over or anything. But he got in my car. Because when I went out to go shut the garage door, my car lights were on, and I was like, oh, what? And so I went over around to the driver's side, and it was ajar like that much. And then I had this little bag that had actually arcade points in it, and it was sitting on my seat, and usually I have it up by my gear shifter. And I thought, okay, something weird's going on, so I'm looking around, and I went back to Craig, and I said, somebody's either been in our garage or something, I don't know what's going on. And so then he came out there, and I was like, oh my God, Grayson's bike's gone. And so it's just a really awful feeling.
I saw Jenny
violated.
Saw Jenny said something about that stolen car being ditched a couple houses down from her.
And she said they tried to get her son's car too, but his keys were out, which mine were too. I'm like, he could have got my car. If he would have, he probably would have busted through the garage.
He must have been on foot for a
Because there's no way
while.
to open it unless he knew which button to push on my visor.
What was the comment that made this morning about the CBS Morning News Sunday?
Oh,
What was that comment?
They were talking about the CHIPS projects
On the
nationwide.
news, on CBS?
Yeah, near the end of this clip, it was like 8 minutes or so. They had a map of the county and where the different CHIPS projects are supposed to be located. And in Kansas, they had Wichita and Burlington.
Yeah, I mean, they had, I mean, what was the comment? I mean, this is proposed, this is what they're looking to fund, or what, was there anything?
If I remember right, it was like, this is where the is where the semiconductor projects
Are going
yeah,
to be located.
It's happening.
Yeah, okay, well, I mean, that's what I want. I didn't want to.
I mean, you can go back, the clip's on YouTube, it's
Okay.
on, I know I posted it on my Facebook page
I
yesterday.
will go back on YouTube,
Yeah, I mean, you can even go on the,
CBS.
if you have the CBS app, if you go to CBS Morning News, Jane Pauley is the one who did it,
Okay.
and it's titled something about CHIPS project.
Okay, I'll do that when I get home, so I'm kind of interested to see where that's at, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Try to stay on top of it, I mean, try to get organized with the school district up there.
Yeah. Is that going okay?
Oh, yeah, they want me to.
Yeah.
Be kind of the lead person on this, try to stay on top of things, so.
Yeah.
For planning purposes and funding, all that stuff, so.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's gonna impact up there, definitely.
Yeah.
Be a huge
I
change.
think it will.
It'd be really good for up north.
Yeah,
So,
I think so.
yeah.
See you.
Yeah, see you, Ted. Yeah, just at the CHIPS Act made America. Did you actually watch
I
that?
did, I did see it.
Look good in my Facebook.
Okay.
It's that, it's on YouTube.
Huh.
There we go. There, you just watch it.
Just how many other things in your life rely on ships, like your clock and your speakers. Over the last 30 years, the world has put almost all of its silicon eggs into one basket. Together, we define the future. A single company called TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. It's now the world's biggest chip maker.
Doesn't that mean our entire economy is a zip gun? Well, it's an extraordinary risk.
We learned that the hard way during the pandemic.
As people started working, the biggest risk is geopolitics. As tensions between China and Taiwan escalate, there's more and more concern that China.
In America, the CHIPS Act is a law developed by the Trump administration and signed into law by President Biden last August.
Good investors.
As Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger puts it, this is the most significant piece of industrial policy legislation since World War II on Earth.
This is card I've been seeing all over Facebook and TV. Spending allowance of $3,000 on Earth.
Steve Prescott, please. Sheriff Tom Johnson. Hey, what's up?
pretty cool.
We're in executive session right now, we're here, I'll speak to him about it, and then I'll, have him call you, maybe we can call you this afternoon, whenever we get done. Thank you. All right, be in touch, bye.
So other than that car incident, everything else calm over the weekend?
As far as I'm aware.
That's good.
The Tom Booth car, did they end up stealing in New Strong that they got away with?
Patrick Mahoney's.
Really? So they got over to, on the south end of New Strong further than to get Patrick's, or?
I don't know where he lives.
Oh, I don't either.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
where
was
he
thinking he
lives
might have
for
been at
sure.
his mom and dad's, but,
Where was the bike found?
so you know where Bruce Dahl lives?
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
across from there, right?
It's on the south side of the road.
It's in south side. So we drove out there after church and did not even see it, but it might have been further out than what we were.
I don't know where Patrick's living for sure.
I was thinking he'd been over at his parents.
Well, there's his parents be on the south side, but
Yeah.
that's still quite a ways.
Maybe he lives out further west by Reamer's Point too, I don't know.
Crazy.
Just lucky those people didn't get killed too.
Yeah, thank you. Never know what people can do when they're desperate, I guess. Yeah, I need to get something in about candidate deadlines. Guess still got plenty of time, but at least people are thinking about it now, so.
Grayson said he wants to, if that guy gets put in jail and goes before the judge, he wants to come say something to him.
You may get the opportunity.
He goes, Mom, I might say a bad word. And I said, well, it's probably okay. I said, I don't know.
There's others, be right there with him saying that.
That's
So.
right. Yeah. See, when Grayson Little got him a specialized bike, which they're kind of expensive, but when they're smaller, they're not as expensive. And so, and when you buy it from CAP, then when you go to upgrade, like, because he's getting taller, they'll trade it in and give you money off of the new one. And so that's how we got started getting that, because then, because you can easily spend $300 on a bike at Walmart.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and so it's like, it's a better bike, and so then you can just keep upgrading. And so we've been doing that, and it's like, oh my God, it's gonna cost me $1,000. Well, not quite that, but probably like 800 or 700.
Some people are serious about bike riding. I mean, you start talking $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. Some are way more than that,
Yeah.
depending on how serious you are.
Well, and I can take it up there anytime and I'll service it free because I bought it there. So there's just so many benefits to doing that. Instead of them tearing up a Walmart bike and then you gotta go spend another $300 on the bike, so.
Let's change the subject, but you still have that time clock meeting tomorrow?
Yes, 10 o'clock.
At 10 o'clock?
In here, yeah.
In here.
Because we're gonna have it on it'll be a Zoom.
Okay, that's good. Yes, I had it. 8 o'clock. Okay, 10 o'clock.
But yeah, so.
You think it'll go to noon?
Yeah, I'd say no later. Maybe just an hour even, but.
I don't care. I'm just trying to put it on my
Yeah.
schedule. I got 3 other meetings tomorrow, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that resolution that was passed in that special use case, does that have to be published?
I'll have
I
to check
haven't-
with Heidi, you know.
Well,
if
I
that's
haven't
here.
seen it. I didn't know.
Well, we didn't get a copy of it.
And if
She just
so,
brought the signature page up.
I didn't know if she was submitting it or.
I'll ask her.
No, I should have just checked my email. She may have. No.
Hello? Hey, Heidi. Hey, we have the signature pages up here for your resolution, but we also wanted to know, am I gonna get a copy of that, and do we need to publish it?
Yes, you get a copy of it, and I get a copy of it, and then, do you want me to publish it, or do you want to publish it?
Well-
What's the question?
Well,
Sounds good either way.
no,
When it's published.
we usually do, but we wanted to make sure it did need to be published.
Yes, it does.
Okay, can I get the other pages that go with it?
What other pages?
All we had was the signature page.
The front side has the rest, isn't it?
Oh, is it just okay, let me go back and look at that, I'm sorry.
I can,
Nope, it's okay, I didn't flip it over, so,
thank you. I can talk real quick.
okay. It's just a one page front and back?
Yes.
Okay.
The one page front and back.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
I didn't even flip it over, usually we have more than one page, so I'll make you a quick copy.
All right.
think so. She's no lead guitar. Really?
Hey Ryan, you wanna find this real quick for me?
Yeah, I get that every time, man.
Right, that's up in the box. That's it.
Yep. You put that yellow folder in the box too, right? I don't know.
Hopefully it doesn't have an open mic. I don't remember if the green light was off when we left or not.
I think it was.
All right, we're back. Motion 2023-30. Based upon recommendation of the interim road and bridge superintendent, move to authorize, direct, and hire one full-time road and bridge supervisor. No new position being added. This request will only fill current vacant positions within the department due to promotion. Moved by McCurry.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Thompson. Any other discussion?
I will, one thing with this job, I mean, prior, this job was over the landfill, as road and bridge and landfill supervisor, so that would be one part about this job that's changing. This position will not be over the landfill, so that will be coming off of the job description. And, currently the landfill will stay under me. There's still discussion on how that landfill will end up. Here in the month, as we're working through this month, we'll figure that out, but, after discussion, I think we're in agreement that position does not need to be over the landfill.
Well, like you said, even after Wayne's departure and Jeff's taken over the superintendent, this position was still open.
Right.
And when Jeff took it over, it was still open at that time.
Right.
As well, so.
Yeah.
Been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Let's touch base a little bit on the landfill.
Okay.
Side. I've come up with some, well, I know there's been some issues. People bringing in out of county and calling it in county. And I know there's a price difference to do so.
Right.
And I visited with you once before, and I would like to try to get something hashed out where April 1 we start with some new set of rules at the landfill. We don't have that many commercial haulers in the area.
Right.
I think there's only 2 right at the moment. I would personally, I would just like to say, do away with the out-of-county terminology and do all commercial, one price as to where the out-of-county price is. Do away with the out-of-county but leave the pricing unless we want to do an increase like has been discussed before in meetings. But your commercial is for hire. They're profiting from that, regardless if they're in county or out of county. So if you've got commercial people coming in and saying it's in county and it's possibly out of county, they're charging the out of county rate to the customer that they're working for and getting the benefit of being in county and dumping it as an in county price, which is doing nothing but filling up our landfill and screwing the system.
Yeah, taking advantage of our system.
Taking advantage of the system. So I would put commercial as the price of out of county. And then if there's some project or a project that they want to do in county, come into the board, get on the agenda, and ask for permission for in-county pricing. Now, mom and pop coming in with a pickup load or a trailer load, you know, a small trailer load or a, you know, a bumper hitch trailer, you know that they're probably not hauling that from a county or two or maybe even three away.
Right.
So I would say that'd be more along the lines of your in-county pricing.
Right.
So, but it's not the person's job at the scale to call the individuals out that are trying to manipulate the system.
Yeah, that's not fair.
That's not fair to them.
Right.
You know, they don't, the people sitting at the scales don't have a clue of where this trash comes from.
Right.
Yeah,
You know, so.
how do they argue with that person?
They can't.
You know, it's
You
like,
go off the
well,
word.
I don't think this
Yeah.
came from
Yeah,
county.
you really can't,
What
unless
are
you
you gonna
can,
do about it?
unless you can rummage through the trash and find an envelope that's out of county, that's the only, and nobody's gonna do that. So that's
Right.
why I say your commercial should be the price of the out of
Out
county.
of county, and still keep the out of county as a separate entity.
Have the out of county and the commercial, that, just have it
The
commercial.
same rate?
Just commercial.
Just a commercial rate, no matter where it comes from.
Because realistically, if you're accepting out of county trash, you're actually doing a commercial thing anyway.
Yeah.
You're commercially taking trash from other counties,
Right.
so just commercial. And so, some people might be upset with it, some people might not be, but, I mean, this is landfill is for the county people, not for out-of-county people. They can come here, but they should pay the price, and the system should be fixed so it's not manipulated and wind up screwing the taxpayers in the county by filling it up.
What is the advantage of dumping out of county trash?
Well, we have to look at our rates compared to other counties.
Well, you'd have to look at our rates, and then, you know, there's only so many landfills around, you know, so if you go south, I think the next closest landfill is probably Allen County, for a landfill like we're set up, so, you know, out-of-county people, say somebody in Woodland County, they're probably gonna look at mileage and price to haul to either one of the landfills.
See, Allen County's 50 miles from us.
Yeah.
Well,
Because it's 7 or 8 miles east of Iowa.
I know we adjusted our rates here in the last few
Probably 8 or
years.
10 miles.
So how do you, how do I wanna word this? How are we comparing to other counties? Cause I'm sure they've adjusted as well.
I don't know the answer to that right now. I just started last week. You know, I called one county just to ask what their in-county and out-of-county prices were, and they were substantially different than ours. You know,
we need double ours?
I think you'd have to do some investigations on all the landfills around us to kind of get an idea what they're doing, and then look at what we have here.
I don't wanna see us looking at it as trying to be competitive against another county or anything like
Right.
that. I think with Mr. Knight's suggestion, it's protecting our investment, what we're doing.
Yeah,
Because I mean, building and sell isn't real cheap, so
Yeah.
the longer we can keep it.
Well, when I asked for what the advantage was, what I meant is why are we doing it? Accepting out-of-county trash is what I meant. I understand why they wanna come here, but.
Right.
You know, and it's kinda gotten explained a little bit here, maybe they don't have other places to go.
Right.
But, you know, it's expensive,
Right.
you know, every cell we fill.
And our pricing needs to be in line with everybody else's around. I mean, if we're way low, then we need to jack it up to be in line with everybody else.
So I would agree with all that. I mean, I would say, I don't know that we would have all that in place by the first of next month. You know, I've started acquiring some information. You know, I know now we're gonna start keeping track of how many roll-offs we get a month, just so we have an idea when you're talking to commercial haulers. I think they have around 5 businesses that bring in commercial roll-offs. So, you know, we started the process to acquiring some more information, and, you know, I'll move forward with that and continue to do that, and maybe report back in a couple of weeks if I've got enough information to report at that time.
Awesome.
We reviewed this last year,
Last year or year before?
2 or 3 years ago, I forget when we did it. At that time, I'm not sure we had some comparable other county rates at that time. Maybe we worked out a few quickly. I don't know.
And I think Jeff did have that, because there was a file
I
that
think-
he
yeah.
left behind, because I know that was changed
I
just a
think we
couple
need
years
to-
ago.
Maybe don't act too quickly, but make sure we got some comparable rates throughout 4 or 5 different sites.
Right.
Maybe rather than one. But,
Right. Right.
But it is something we probably don't want to adjust every year just for sake of, we didn't get it right first.
Sending out information letters that cost.
I don't
Well,
think it'd be
and
a
last
problem at
month-
all. Other counties supplying that information to us.
And last month, out of our solid waste and our C&D, 18% was out of county. So, I mean, you're talking, that's a pretty good chunk. Pretty good chunk.
A year back, can a person research that a year back and see what it was and see what the percentage increase is to this year?
Should.
You probably did it for a month. Could you go back to a year to see?
We should have that. Yeah, I would think so.
Maybe it sounds like the 18% is what was declared out of county, so maybe we've got more than that.
Right.
I mean,
Like I said,
you know.
that's just a 1 month, just 1 month number, so I don't, it's hard
Yeah,
telling what the
yeah,
average would
I
be,
understand.
but no, that's some of the information I can work on.
Yeah, and to your point, Wade, I think that's what Jess is alluding to. Is that,
Exactly,
you know,
right, yeah.
I never thought about it that way.
Yeah.
Regardless if it's in county or out of county, a person is going to be charging the highest that they can charge to the end user that's paying the bill and filling up our landfill. I mean, I feel that it was brought in for the county use to clean up our county.
Sure.
And so people can haul to the landfill and not be penalized for doing so.
Right, right.
But when you're on the commercial side, I'm sorry, that's altogether different.
And then if you got a special project within a county, like you said, you come here and ask for some forgiveness.
Just like the housing department, housing does.
Yeah, we're
all
trying
the
to
time.
clean this up, so
Yes.
here's what, can we
Exactly.
possibly
Give
reduce
it-
cost or waived or whatever?
Give a date, or might even get it waived, who knows?
Yeah.
You know, at least a reduced cost,
Right.
you know? And so I think that that's probably a little better way to look at it, and to keep the people that's at the scale house that's in charge of checking people in and out is not being the police of the landfill.
Right.
Yeah, 'cause they don't have any way to enforce it.
Yeah, have no way to enforce it, so.
Yeah.
If they're paying the rates that they're supposed to be paying, that we set, we ought to be okay with it. So,
I agree.
I just don't like users of the system, or cheaters of the system. So, my 2 cents.
So was that all discussion for this motion, or we just had, or is the motion done?
Motion was done.
Okay, sorry.
Your motion for the... for
Road
the
supervisor.
Road supervisor, yeah, no, we done.
Okay,
we done
just
voted
making sure.
past that.
We said yes.
Making sure.
We would,
I think we said all in favor.
yeah.
All right.
I think we did. Check it tonight on YouTube. Pretty sure we did.
All right, just a couple other points. You asked about some right-of-way. You called the other day, must have been signing vouchers on some right-of-way purchase.
Yes.
So basically, commission approval, you know, we updated our prices for right-of-way acquisition here in January. So that kind of takes place of me having to let you know, unless if we're doing a KDOT funded project, then that's something we have to, the board has to okay. If somebody would by chance not agree with the prices that we pay out, you know, there's been cases we've had to have independent appraisers come up with a land value that would be something outside of what our sheet prices that we pay, and that would be something that I would bring to you guys. But for every, I mean, we haven't in the past brought every easement purchase to you guys.
Well, yeah, I think that was Dawn's question, just because, but Dawn, on the easement purchase, you had a question, you said we set the pricing, but you said...
Didn't know if it needed...
Didn't know if they needed to bring it to us
Yeah.
to purchase that.
I had remembered that we had taken action on some purchases, and I could be in error on that, or maybe
No,
I did it on some and not on
that would be
others.
right, like the Bridge 6A up there by Waverly, that would have been something that would have been brought to you guys.
So,
Any funded project, state or federal funding project would have to come to the board. This is just information, one of our brooms, has a bad motor, it's been out for quite some time. We're looking at repairing it, so basically it's gonna be about $9,300 and that's gonna be for a drop-in motor. You know, the bids that we got, the next closest one was about 14 grand, and that was just for the block, and, I mean, it,
What year is this?
it's a 1996.
Okay.
And so we bought a new broom in 2020, and that was a little less than $70,000 for a new broom. You know, we do have a need for two. They're in Chipping. I mean, we need two brooms going. Last year we rented, had one rented for a while, but
Had one right for 2 or 3 months, I remember.
yeah, we did. So I don't know that we need two brand new ones, but this broom's definitely got a lot of life left in it, and so that's just information.
You say 9,300 for a drop-in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you'll be putting that in the shop?
Yeah. Yep.
It's cheaper than buying a new one.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
How many hours do you get out of the broom itself?
I would have to look.
And I just,
Yeah, I mean,
those things take a beat, I don't know how they.
no, they do. They work in some pretty
I don't know how they
gnarly,
hold together as long as they do.
some pretty gnarly situations with all the
They
dust.
gotta wear it every time they hit the.
Right.
The thing.
Right. Just the last thing, I did have one call out this weekend for a stop sign over around Waverly, so that's the only call out we had.
Steve, did you run over a stop sign?
Not that I'm aware of.
I don't want to talk about it, criminal investigation.
There were tire marks there. They didn't get it knocked all the way down, but they got bent over pretty well, so.
Where was that at, Ryan?
50 in Shetland, north side of the road.
Oh, okay.
But,
I don't remember that, Jim, but it happened.
it was 3 in the morning when I got called, so you
Oh,
probably
okay.
were
Yeah,
pouring out
yeah,
about
that
that
wasn't
time.
me.
All right, well, that's,
I was home in bed.
Yeah.
that's all I had for today, guys, unless you have something else.
I don't.
Thank you, sir.
I think
All right,
we're good.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank
Ryan.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, our sheet. 1110 zoning administrator.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
You got anything new? Got anything more for us?
I do.
I like it when you're here. I like the information you give.
Not all of it. You stay up too much thinking about it, I think.
I have to take medicine to go to sleep.
Yeah, I hear you. So there's a couple of things I want to talk about. Wade and I will talk about some things here. So we've been getting our project down here for the computer station. And wheels are rolling. You know, things are going to be talking about. We talked about it last week. So I've talked with maintenance staff. I've talked with district court. We've talked to Judge Wine. We've talked to everybody, and the process is moving. That being said, you know, I told district court that they're gonna have to move that public access computer. There's a public access where anybody can come down and query. We're gonna have to move that because of that. Well, if we're gonna move it, then there's no place, basically it needs some privacy. It needs some walls, so a little cubicle. So we've looked up some prices from the rats and everything else. We picked a small desk that I'm gonna pay for. Then we'll have it in my budget, whether we bring that out of general fund or whatever. It will go down there, that public access computer will go down there in a cubicle. It's got some walls on it for some privacy for people to sit there. That being said, we're gonna order like 3 or 4 stanchions, you know, the old pole across, you know, like you see at a movie theater, you know, where we can actually get some people into an area if we need to. I'm gonna get some of those purchased. And we're gonna get some lockers and some cabinets that we slide into that big recess where the chairs used to go. For the employees to come down, maybe put their vest or another shirt or whatever in. So some of that stuff you're gonna be seeing coming across your desk here pretty quick. I've got we did some informal bids that's under the threshold. But some of that stuff we're gonna start seeing, you're gonna start seeing some that come across your desk here pretty quick, because we need to get that going. We talked to, trying to get some of this done before, like I said, the first jury trials that are coming up. So I just wanna let you know that you're gonna see some of that coming across your desk, and that's what it's for. Second thing is I'd like to talk to you about some wages. Nobody likes to talk about wages, but we're gonna talk about it for a short period of time here. So we've researched all around here when we're starting to talk about this jail project, of course. What do you say? Oh, by the way, what are you paying? You know. So I can tell you right now that that I'm gonna try in every aspect I can, and I'll be doing some more research today with Angie, is with this CHIPS project coming through and everything else, I'm worried just like everybody else, we're gonna have people leaving in droves to go work. Right now, we are definitely at least $2 below the average cost of a jailer. I need to keep jail staff here. This project's gonna start, I need to get, as we all said from day one, I need 16, a minimum of 16 people. I've got 12 now, I need to get 4 people hired. It's hard to hire people at $17 an hour when a truck driver is making 23 to 25, just like Brian talked about earlier. So everybody surrounding us, we've talked to every county surrounding us, and we are $2 below. So something has to happen pretty quickly. I mean, just like anybody else, my staff, dispatch staff, jail staff, whatever, is looking and saying, you know, been here 10 years and making $17 an hour, you know.
So look at the chart, because Tom and I talked about this. Corrections Officer 1 is pay grade 25, Corrections Officer 2 is pay grade 30. And that may not stand out to you unless you look a little bit further when Dispatcher 1 and Dispatcher 2 are 35 and 40, and then a Deputy Sheriff is at 40 as well. So you could, in theory, start out as a Corrections Officer 1, put in your time, and then ask to transfer to an open position as a Dispatcher 1 or a Deputy Sheriff. And I would encourage you to look at it as some of the most underpaid and underappreciated people for what they do. They have feces thrown at them. They deal with mental health issues that they're not necessarily trained to deal with. Your jail staff is one of the most important and crucial components of any county government. And guess where, I think you've heard ad nauseum at this point, lawsuits and the most exposure for the county happens in the jail. So you want people who want to stay, who are trained to deal with those particular issues. So
I've got people wearing staff vests and getting feces and urine thrown on them, and they're making less. They're the lowest paid people on my department.
Well, I'm sorry, in my eyes, I don't feel a dispatcher should be paid more than a jailer. That's in my eyes.
So, I'm not gonna say that they should be paid more, but they should damn sure be paid at least equal.
Equivalent to.
So the issue is this.
There's $2 difference in that chart out right now.
Yeah, the issue is this, is that my dispatch staff, I'll put against anybody in the state. We make them go to training, they enjoy going to training, they are up and keep us. If people think that you become a dispatcher and not if we get training or have the liability, you have no idea about dispatching in the world.
I didn't mean to discredit the
I know,
dispatchers in any way,
saying.
shape, or form, because
I'm just saying that you have to have the training and you have to keep up on it, just like all my other positions. But that being said, that's the way it is right now. I've got to be able to keep staff. I want those other 4 people hired in the next year, because I don't want to become January 25 and have nobody hired and have 3 people in this 92-bed facility. So I want to be able to have some people hired and have them got some experience under their belt. And it's hard for me to do that at $17 an hour.
And what happened in Bourbon County, as an example?
So Bourbon County has 144 beds. Bourbon County was paying their people below that. And their staff said, listen, you gotta pay us more, County Commission. The County Commission said, we have 0 infrastructure, we have no money. All of them quit except 3, and they had to shut the jail down. And they had all their inmates farmed out, and it was costing them $7,300 or $7,800 a day until they could tell the commissioners, folks, I'm sorry, we cannot legally and liability reasons keep our jail going with 3 employees. It can't be done. You know that. I mean, I'm not saying anything you don't know. I don't want that. And I'm not saying that's what's going to happen.
Right.
But I need to have that raised up where everybody's, Lyon County, for example, starts it out at $22 an hour. I'm not saying that we jump somebody up to 22 right now. But that's the reason when you have that many inmates and you've got that money coming in, and we've all talked about this for years now. If we expect to have some federal money coming here to help us supplement to pay for these bonds and to have people, you have to have experienced and trained people that wanna work for you, not come work for you for a year and then go to Johnson County and triple their money. We don't wanna be just a training facility like a lot of small agencies are. We want people to come here, we want people to raise families here, put their kids in school and be productive citizens, and we can't do that when they can go to Sonic and make the same amount of money.
Jesse made a comment about the jailers and dispatcher, maybe that'll be the same. How's these other counties handle those two positions?
As far as wages?
Yeah, are they equal?
Are they
We got a
closer?
$2 spread here.
It changes, it all depends.
All of them probably change a little bit.
They're always changing, everybody's always changing, it's a living thing, you know how it goes.
Yeah.
But the issue is, literally, when I'm sitting there and I try to hire a jailer, you know, and they come in and say, I can't come here for that. You know, they can't come to work for $17 an hour. And I don't blame them. You're trying to raise a family, they're working a second job. I've got a lot of my staff that are having to work second jobs because they can't afford this, they can't afford to raise a family on this salary. That's the plain and simple truth, folks. We've all been there, we've all scraped, you know, those quarters out of the cushion seat to go get a gallon of milk, you know, when we were young and first together with our wives or whatever. It shouldn't be that way here. So.
You're asking them to do a tough job.
Yeah, absolutely you are. And these are good people that actually care. They care about the inmates, they care about their coworkers. And guys, come on, we need to do something here. And I'm sorry I don't want to do this now. But when we start making phone calls, and then I've got people saying, boss, we're looking for work, we can't stay here, it's gonna take me another 10 years to make $5. You know, I've gotta do something different, because I got families. We got families, we got kids coming, whatever it may be.
What's the, just for conversation, what's the difference between a jailer and a deputy sheriff?
The difference in pay?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
you got.
Are your jailers, what is the authority of your jailers?
They're in charge, they're in the jail, they deal with inmates, they have no arrest powers.
Is any of the jailers, can be a deputy?
Well, they could be if they went to the academy like everybody else.
Okay, so they're not academies, so there's
Right.
I'm just trying
There's a
to
jail
look at this.
academy, but they're not certified law enforcement
Okay.
officers.
I'm just trying to look here into this and see the different categories.
Yeah. Like a deputy sheriff starting out, if you have the academy, let's say starting out, just to start out green is $21.
Right.
$20.96. You know, then look up here for a jailer, the corrections officer one is $17.46 now.
Well, that's what I was looking at emergency dispatcher.
Right.
Emergency dispatcher two.
Correct, that's the
is
second, that's the
what I
second
was
step.
looking at. We're still dispatcher, and we've got jailers.
Right.
So I'm just looking at it, maybe a spot that could be jumped into your jailers instead of, like you were saying, the 35, maybe the 40.
Well, I'll tell you what I'd like to do, is I'd like to take, for example, the jail corrections one is a 25, and I'd like to move them down to like the section 35 and move the emergency dispatch, or the corrections officer two, move them down one, and just move them down one section from a 30 to a 35, or a 30, 35 to a 40.
I didn't see you had two different corrections officers.
Yes, sir. We're trying to give them, so you come into work,
Baseline.
and you've got green, you work, for you to have 2 years, and then you get some type of national certification that we require. After you get your 2 years, we'll jump you to corrections too. Give you an opportunity, we want you to go get training. This gives them an incentive to go get that training, stay here for a couple of years, to get that experience on you, and then again, we'll give you that corrections two certification.
Have you done any numbers crunching to what this would affect your
That's what I'm
budget?
saying, this all started last week. It was a busy week for me. I'll have to sit down and talk to Angie to see about what it would do to our budget. And we haven't even started that. I just want to, again, kind of grease the wheels and let you know, sirs, it's gotta happen. It's gotta happen.
For somebody that's in the jails and getting all sorts of unpleasantry thrown at them, I have to agree with you.
I would assume some level of danger at some point.
So they're wearing a staff vest. Instead of a bulletproof vest, they're wearing a staff vest. So they have a vest just like ours, except it's staff proof. So, it's, again, every single day. I mean, we're more than happy to have you guys come down for a day, and we'll stick you in there with them, and you can go in those cells and move them down those hallways, but nobody else is there, the door's locked behind you, and you're in a room with some people that are violent. You know, I know that some of the public, over the 2-year process of us trying to get this jail project done, says, we know most of your people got in there for driving. We had 19 people in last week, plus the people farmed out. There was one person in there for a driving offense. That's it.
Wow.
I mean, we're talking about, you know, everything from agonies and liberties to ag assault where somebody beats somebody with a baseball bat, but one driving offense. Don't tell me that we're not housing people here that have problems, just like we talked about earlier. Car chases, wrecking people, going into somebody's house, stealing things out of their homes here in Coffee County. That's the people we have here. So if you think that you want to go back there and sit with those people who just got driving habits, come on in, folks. Come on in.
Maybe just to follow up on the dispatcher side, if you've ever called 911 and need someone on the other side that is cool, calm, and collected and can walk you through that process, that's your dispatcher. And they are the eyes and ears for these guys when they're out, and they orchestrate an incredible amount of bandwidth in a short period of time because they have to, they multitask.
Well, fire, EMS, law,
Everything. Just like this weekend.
You depend
When
on
we get
the-
called out for this
yeah.
chase.
You really
You
depend on
got
those
fire,
groups.
helicopter, EMS, and ambulance, all of us, the highway patrol. There's 7 or 8 entities there, and they handle all of it perfectly. I mean,
Not like I said, I don't wanna, dispatchers are very, 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 very vital and take care of a lot of stuff, and they monitor the screens of the cameras that are in the jail and throughout, you know, the area. And yes, somebody's gonna say I discredited them, but I did not mean in any way, shape, or form.
I understand.
You were looking at the spread.
I was
between
looking at the
those.
spread and going, Fred.
You know, the other
You're sitting in-
difficulty with this is these are job positions that cannot be compared with other county jobs. I mean, you try to think of a job that you would say, well, what's it equal to? It just isn't. You know, I can't be a dispatcher and I can't be a jailer. That's the honest truth. I've been doing this for a long time, and I can't do those 2 jobs without some months of training down there. And I recognize that, and I tell them that all the time. The temperament that's required for these 2 jobs is exceptional. It's not like you would normally have for somebody who's answering the phone or somebody who's taking care of hotel lodging. It's a much different temperament. And I think we all know that if we say that, right? But we don't often recognize it until it's put in front of us, so.
So your corrections officer 1 and 2, those are your jailers?
Corrections 1 and 2, yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we developed that when we did this study to try to give them another level.
Right.
If they put in the time and got the training, they could go to the 2nd level, yes, sir. Same as my officers, same thing my officers, and same thing in dispatch.
Sure.
Gives them an opportunity to train, want to go train, to move to that next step. So, if just to put a bug in your ear, like I said, we're kind of greasing the wheel here. We'll do some checking this week, do some budgeting, look at our budget, and if you don't mind, then maybe next week I can talk to you about it.
Yeah.
We can get serious.
Now, would you probably move your jail supervisor, everything else is okay?
Well, again, we'll have to look and see what that difference is, you know, when we get this done. But I don't think, Jesse, that it's gonna cause an issue, but I don't know unless we look at it. We have not, I mean, I'm not kidding you, we have not even looked at that aspect. I just need to see if you understood it the same way I did. And I think you do. Something's gotta be done. I've gotta keep people. I can't just have.
It's gonna be a concern for everybody.
Absolutely.
In the county.
Again, in 2 years, when we have 92 beds up here, and we have up to 30 federal inmates, and they'll be non-violent inmates. So I'm talking about, we have 92 inmates here, and we have, you know, our janitorial staff, our food service, doctor, whatever we have here. Folks, we can't be saying we need to have 6 people hired. We need to be able to keep those employees and have experienced employees.
But on the good side of having the new jail here, there's gonna be less hands-on.
Exactly.
Versus what we have now.
Exactly.
I mean, it's gonna be, quote, easier.
Exactly.
For the corrections officers.
It should be, yeah.
Should be easier, and the
Yeah.
safety side's what
Yeah, the
I'm looking for.
It will, oh yeah, it will damn sure be a
When
lot
it does
safer.
our safety
Yeah.
side is.
Be a lot safer.
Yeah.
They're still gonna be wearing a stab-proof vest from everybody.
Right.
You know, that's not gonna take away that danger aspect.
Sure.
But as far as going hands-on every single day, all day long, yes, a lot of that we're hoping to be eliminated because of the system. The way it's built, the way the pods are built, that's why we're wanting it.
You're gonna have an increase in population too.
Absolutely. We're hoping so, let's
Well,
hope,
I mean,
folks, that we have,
that's,
yeah, we're hoping there's
Right.
2,000 people moving to Coffee County and housing being built and,
that's right.
and, you know, establishments being built, restaurants, motels, casinos.
And they won't, whatever
Whatever we want here, you know, dog track, horse racing, come on, folks.
It won't happen overnight.
No,
So
well,
we've
no,
gotta be prepared.
you're absolutely correct.
Right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct. But again, I damn sure don't wanna be saying in January 25, I gotta get 6 people hired. You know, we wanna be ready for this, anticipate just like everybody else, and have staff experience ready to go.
I have said, you know, this CHIPS is gonna be a good thing for the county, you know, but it is gonna be a hard thing for businesses because of your employee, your pay rates and everything else, and
Yeah.
it's the same thing here.
Yes,
With
absolutely.
the county employees.
Absolutely.
You know, so it's a big give and take,
So,
advantage, disadvantage.
So we've already started our budget process for next year. And Eric and I, that's one thing we talked about when I was gonna take office. We try to have a 5-year plan going. And so that's why we're coming up now talking about stuff in 2025, you know, that's gonna affect us because, again, some of this stuff, just like you, we won't know until it happens, you know. But right now, we're trying to look ahead and make sure that in 2025, we're compensating our
We have
employees.
a handle on it.
You bet.
We're trying to get a handle on it, so that you're not blindsided either, so.
So if that's okay, maybe I'll see you in a week.
Very good.
Okay, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, John.
Thank
for
you.
your update. Heidi, sorry we're running a little bit late. You're on deck.
All right, I didn't have this request in when I first got put on the agenda, so I'm gonna have you take one and pass it down. This is the email asking you for permission to be able to get the extension. I may not have enough copies for everybody, so. Okay, so, little background on it, just to talk about it. Back March 7th, 2022, I brought the case forward. It was almost a year then, asked for an extension. You guys had granted an extension back then. They're still diligently trying to work on getting the funding and getting the sites up. They've got some of it done, but they're hoping to have it all completed within this year. So now they're asking you for another extension of time on this case, because it's slowly coming to a close where their end date is this Saturday. So they're wanting to know if you'll grant them another extension on it, and we
This
left
is-
it up for you guys.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. This is the camping spot out here by the river?
Yeah, by the,
The old
bridge.
farmhouse?
Yeah, the old farmhouse there, yes.
You know, after the zoning board gave them, you know, permission to do this, there was quite a little bit of activity out there. There's some sites there that they uncovered from junk, grass, weeds, trees, limbs. And then about 6-8 months after that, everything just kind of ceased. There was a little bit of rock dumped out there. The rock has not been spread out yet, still sitting in piles. We gave them an extension a year ago, and to my knowledge, there hasn't been anything done out there over this last year. I don't like to discourage new business or somebody trying to do something, but it seems like it's come to a standstill.
So catch me up, what are they doing out there? Is this for?
It's for camping area, this is private camping.
Campgrounds.
Campgrounds.
So are they gonna have electric, water, are they going to have sewer also, or is that just electric? And I guess what I'm alluding to is, if it's going to be a campground, are they going to have dump stations, or, I'm just asking.
That was all discussed with the sanitation officer at the time, and I don't remember I don't have her requirements in front of me and saying what she said she was gonna have them do. But that was one of the conditions, that they had to follow the sanitation code. And her and Maryland sent them a letter, telling them what they could do, and I don't remember
Sure.
what that is right now.
Okay, that's,
If I remember correctly, there wasn't anything at the time, but that was something that they was gonna be working towards,
okay.
is to have a lagoon system with a dump system possibly. And then, it was gonna be water and electric only at the sites. And
Which
like,
is
a lot of,
fine.
a lot of the water and electricity is already there. I don't know if it's in operation, but it was there previously to them. 'Cause there used to be some hookups and stuff there.
We did give them a full year extension the
Last time you give them a full year, yes.
what have they told you why the progress is slow, or none at all?
Funds,
I'm sorry?
the funds, the money to be able to take this on.
So, so they didn't have the funding?
They had the funding coming in, and then they were hoping for more funding to come in, and it hasn't come in yet, is what they had said.
Well,
So,
if we're looking at the chip steel going in, construction workers, I mean, if they could ever get going, this would be something that could be needed.
Well, they was wanting to get this done prior to the 2 outages ago.
yeah, I believe so.
And so the zoning planning got it all taken care of and went through it. And then now we went through 2 refuelings and nothing has ever happened. And so I'm just gonna go out on the limb and say probably nothing's gonna be ready for the CHIPS Act either. But that's just my 2 cents worth.
If we don't extend it, does it go back to the planning committee to review it?
No, it would have to just go away.
It would go away.
It would go away, they would lose it, because the validity of the permit is only valid for the number of days you give them. So, when they first applied for it, they had, I believe that reg was 1 year from then, so that year was up last year for them to get it started. They didn't get it started, so they asked you for an extension last year. You granted them that year extension, so if they don't start something, or they don't file the zoning permit saying they're going to get started, then it goes away, and they'd have to go through the process all over again, pay the fee, do the hearings, and hope that you guys would approve it again.
So, do I understand from you, you say if they got started, then that would extend the deadline?
To 6 months. But they'd have to show that they were actually actively working on something in that 6 months for that zoning permit to be valid as well.
Well, that's what my question, I guess, is if we were gonna do something, we wouldn't necessarily have to do it for a year. If we were gonna extend it, it could be a shorter period.
Mhm.
Hey, we gotta see some results.
Yeah, you could do that, yes.
I mean.
Yeah.
Heidi, can I ask you why they're not in here? You're sort of presenting for them. Why are they not here speaking to the commissioners and telling them for themselves?
Because they put the email in and they had a family emergency out of town.
Okay.
So they were.
So maybe they need to be here and answer each one of you what their plan is moving
They
forward.
was not here last year either, I believe.
No, they weren't.
What would be the disadvantage of why wouldn't we extend? I mean, what would be the downside of not
extending.
Of not extending. And for.
Or of extending.
Or
the
of
downside,
extending.
yeah.
Getting permission, I see getting permission and not moving forward with the project in my eyes is to no good no good for anybody.
Sure.
It's something that we have to keep on our books to keep moving and moving forward and keeping check on. Heidi has to keep check on it, you know. And
Right,
so.
but if we did something like Wade possibly going 3 months or 6 months or whatever, not giving a full year with the stipulation that we need, I don't know how it would be presented, but we need to see something.
To see some
Just
real action.
real
and then-
action.
And then at that point, then maybe we could extend again if we had some real movement forward. I don't know.
You know, if we give them 6 months, if we give them 6 months, that gets them to September. That gives them all the summer, good weather, long hours.
Right.
I kinda agree with Wade, if we decide to do
I
it.
understand your point too, Jesse, that it's like we've already sounds like you've already done that, but.
It doesn't look like they've done anything there.
Can we,
That's all.
if we do get an extension, can we put a stipulation on that extension?
I don't see why not, yeah.
Well, then, I would say the 6 months with stipulation that they have to be here in person in between now and then with a plan in hand, finance and otherwise, to get this project done.
I'm not too sure, even if we extend it, they ought to show up next week.
And I think that's what
Well,
you're,
that'd be one of the
Yeah,
stipulations, whether
one
it's
of the
next
stip- they have
week
to be here
or
next
within
week.
the
Or
next
give them a
month.
little time.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong thinking here.
cause it appears like you're doing all the legwork and.
Well, we wanna be helpful.
Yeah,
and
yes.
and not choke them down here, but.
I feel 2 years has been.
And I agree, but I
Yeah.
mean, if we put stipulation 6 months and they need to present themselves in
Yeah.
6 months with a financial, maybe not a financial plan, but just a plan.
Some kind of a plan, I agree, Tom.
And then, you know, economic development's loaned money to other business before, I mean, I don't know if they got a cost in mind that it's gonna cost them to get it done, or what, but we maybe, be.
It sounds like financing is the part that is stopping them.
Well, then
So if
again.
that's the case, having a financial plan is probably gonna be of some value to us.
When does it expire, Heidi?
This Saturday.
This Saturday?
The 11th, yeah.
I'd say 6 months. Extend it, I mean, I'd make a motion to extend it 6 months.
With the stipulation.
With the stipulations that they need to come in and they need to be present if they want an extension,
Past that,
yeah.
with.
And we
With
need
a
to
plan.
show some progress,
With
I
a
think,
plan.
in this 6 months, or I don't see any reason to move forward.
I do know plastic prices have gone
Oh, yeah, PVC pipe is nuts.
stupid
I don't
nuts.
get that.
Stupid nuts.
Did both of them have jobs where they couldn't come in?
They had a family emergency that was gonna take them out of state.
I think they're from Utah, are they not? I think so. Idaho, Utah?
They're not, I don't remember where
Yeah,
they're
I
from.
think so.
They're just not from Kansas.
Yeah, they're not from Kansas, yeah. Yeah. But they live here.
Yeah.
But, I mean, do we have to make a motion for that?
I did have a motion in front of you,
Sorry.
for that, if you'd like to extend it. And then we can add at the back end, if this sounds good to you, add that they need a plan and to present it to you guys, in front of you guys, before the 6 months or something like that. However you guys wanna
Yeah,
work it.
it's behind,
They could come in
behind
on
10,
Okay.
the last day and present it under that.
11-10 deal, I think.
Okay.
I'd suggest within the next 30 days.
Okay.
So 30 days from now, at the commission meeting, on or before, April, whatever day that would be.
The April 3rd is gonna be the first Monday.
So on or before April 3rd, that way there's a date certain, they have to be here in front of you with their plan in place. I mean, that's the only way you get it. If you want someone to show you what their plan is, you gotta
Yeah.
Sure.
give them a deadline.
That makes sense, 30 days. By April 3rd, be present.
So you're gonna give them 180 days then? That'd be 6 months?
6 months.
Yes, but with the stipulation, they come within 30 days to,
Yeah, they need a plan to present in front of the commission,
yes.
30 days before now or
Before 3rd.
before 30 days now or before April 3rd.
Yes.
The motion's being updated, I think, that's why I'm waiting.
Try that.
Did it update?
Yeah.
Normally it blinks.
Here we
Safari cannot be opened from this page.
Oh.
Well, let Tom read it.
See if it's,
It's world spinning around. Go ahead and read away, Tom.
we'll see if it was the last part. Does that sound okay? Did you look at it?
Yeah, yours is updated.
Okay, yeah, I agree to that. Based upon the recommendation of the county zoning administrator to approve the written request from Melissa
I think it's Maracord.
Court for SU 2021-02 as to extend the time period from the original time of 1 year, March 11, 2021, to March 11, 2022, and the extension date of March 7th, 2022.
We want to say there, that's not right.
Yeah.
180 days.
Well, it's further down. This is talking about the original time date
Yeah.
of March 11th of 2021 to 2022, and then the extension you guys gave last year. So that's what that was talking about there. And then it goes into the 180 days later
Yeah.
on.
So March 27, 2023, to complete condition 1, applicants will follow the recommendation of the sanitation officer for all requirements according to Coffee County Sanitation Code. Condition number 2, provide adequate size waste disposal container on site as approved by the county sanitarian. Said request to extend the time for a period of 180 days and to attend the commission meeting to be present with a plan within 30 days of this motion.
I will move.
Be on or before April 3rd, 2023. Just move.
I will still move.
Okay.
I'll second that.
I've got glaring light right there.
Yeah.
I'm having to tilt my head.
Moved by Knight, seconded by Thompson. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you guys.
Heidi, if you got an extra minute, of course, I go north, maybe once every 4 weeks. Have we still got, the
Towing service.
the service on the west side, south of Subway?
Mhm.
We give them a year extension to get that all cleaned up, get a fence up, and they got, right now, I think they got some boxcars there or something to the north. They do have a fence. When's that that second year up?
It was already up.
I'm sorry?
It was already up.
Have we
last
talked
year.
about it?
We did try to get in contact with, I tried to get in contact with him, and I have not been able to get in contact with Jason on the matter. I've tried several phone
For an
calls.
entry coming into Coffee County, it isn't a very attractive entry.
Mhm.
What do we action we need to take, get that taken care of? But you haven't been able to get a hold of them?
Mhm.
So the second, I know we extended it for a year.
We did.
A year ago or 12 months ago, I don't know.
Last year was the end date on it, and I haven't been able to get in contact with him since.
I'd like to see the metal fence put up like is on going south, and then north of the building, then back east, or back west. But
They have they've got it blocked by containers.
They've kinda
or
got it blocked,
by
but-
van trailers as a fence, and that's not the required. That's not the requirement, it's not part of the requirement of fencing, is it?
I'd have to go back and see what the condition was on that, for that one.
they had to put a fence up.
I just don't remember if we put that it had to be a certain tall and it had to be certain construction or not. I don't know if we
I
had
forget
that.
exactly
Yeah.
everything, but, they've got a huge amount of stuff out front. Some of it's probably used every day or week, but some of that stuff hasn't moved for 6 months. I'd like for you to see if you can't check into it and bring it back,
All right, do that.
if nobody's got any.
I think that would be maybe under our new health sanitation / code services department coming
Well,
up.
it might have to go there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might have to go there.
I
They
think
can't
there's
get
provisions.
taken care of.
Just thinking out loud.
I'll look into that and I'll bring it back to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, look there.
Oh no, he's glaring at you.
Which one?
We're being attacked.
We're at, work session time, so fire away, whoever's got something.
So, one thing that, I'm looking into here that, again, that I'll be talking to you about later on, is I have got appointments set up with KPNF retirement. I don't know if you're familiar with KPNF versus KPERS retirement. KPNF stands for Kansas Police and Fire. KPNF retirement is a game changer for anybody in law enforcement. KPNF retirement, you can retire in 20 years instead of 30 as KPERS. KPNF retirement is a investment by the county commissioners, taxpayers, because of the higher cost that you have to put in for that retirement. I can tell you this, that there's agencies all over state of Kansas, obviously they're using it because of its retirement capabilities and the hiring aspect. We have had, since our tenure, had multiple people that we've interviewed, and one of the first questions they ask is, you have KPERS or KPNF? As you tell them you have KPERS, they say, we're not interested. It's that big of an investment for that law enforcement officer. It's only law enforcement. It's not jail, it's not dispatch, you have to be a certified, full-time law enforcement officer. So no part-timers, no nothing, it's law enforcement only. I've got KPNF coming down and giving our department some presentations on the program. I want all of my employees to be 100% behind it before we do it. And believe me, if you and I, we're at the age that we're looking and we understand what retirement is. Many of these, I call them kids, everybody's a kid. It seems like most of these kids, you don't think about retirement when you've been in it 2 years, or 5 years, or 10 years. Until I had 25 years, and Sheriff Rogers had a KPERS retirement seminar downstairs, and I walked downstairs, and she said, so how long have you been involved in this? And I said, 25 years. I said to myself, I've been 25 years. I need to start thinking about this, you just don't think about it in today's world. Kids think about today, not tomorrow. This is something that is a game changer for the employee, and it is a hiring tool that we need. Again, I don't want to talk to you about what it's going to cost you, because I don't know. That's what KPNF is going to talk to us about. They will come to the meeting and throw numbers at you, show you what it's going to cost. It is an investment. I'm not going to tell you it's not going to cost you anything, because it is.
It won't be in addition to KPERS, it'll just be.
That's correct. Once you start, you're in. So, and I'm saying this now, because it only happens January 1st. I've worked on this for a year and a half now, trying to get this set up where we can possibly look at going to this. So it's coming to fruition, starting this process, but it only happens January 1. That's when the next program year is every year. You can't start in February, September, it has to be January 1.
And what's the name of it, Tom? I'm sorry.
KPNF, Kansas Police and Fire Retirement. Instead of KPERS, it's Kansas Police and Fire, KPNF. So you can easily get on their website, just like Ken KPERS, and look at the advantages of it. If you want to research it. Just want to give you a heads up, I'm looking into it, so I can throw some numbers at you. 2 months down the road, whatever it is, what they'll do is they'll take every one of our employees, full-time employees, and they'll say how much time you got in KPERS. If you work for another department that's got KPNF, like for me, I've got 1 year in KPNF and I worked in Garnett. And so they'll tell me, if I work another 2 years here and I'm using that, what my retirement benefit will be with 2 years, and then they'll calculate to you what it's going to cost the county for 20 employees, 20 certified law enforcement, 10 law enforcement, whatever you have, they'll tell you what that balance is gonna be and what it's gonna cost the county. So there's two, let's call it two tiers. Tier one, and don't use that term, I'm just saying there's two different things, is that commissioners, Coffee County could come in and say, you know what, Tom, you got 25 years in. We're gonna move you to KPNF. Coffee County could buy out my 25 years to put me in, that's right, buy my 25 years of capers out and then make that 25 years of KPNF. That would be a input of the county because of what they normally pay. Let's say KPNF pays 6%. Let's say that KPNF pays 27%. You'd be picking up 21% to put into that. Okay, that'd be for all employees. Folks, I'm not telling you that's going to be cheap, and I'm not saying that if Coffee County can't afford that. I understand that. Here's number two. KPNF can say, you know what, January 1 of 2024, we'll move you across. And if the commissioners grant that January 1, we're blessed and we're done, and we're now being covered by KPNF. But you don't pick that up. You don't pick up that other 21%. So that being said, their KPNF or Capers retirement is there, just like mine. I've got 35 years, or 30 years total, well, 34 now. All but one of those years is Capers. So I'm gonna get a check for 33 years in Capers. Whatever I do from this point on, I'm gonna have 2, 3, 4, 5 years of KPNF. So I'm gonna get 2 checks from the state when I retire. I'm gonna get, you know, my 30 years in Capers and 4 or 5 years on KPNF. So it doesn't cost you that huge amount to begin with to get everybody transferred over. I've talked to other sheriffs across the state that's done this. I've researched and looked into it or whatever, and it can be very, I'm talking about agents, sometimes an agent's got 40 employees. Folks, that's a huge amount. And KPNF will break that down into the next 10 years. But again, that's what these folks will do to us, is tell us what's going to cost you to do each one of those systems.
Steve, the fire department had something like that here many years ago, because I was involved in it. There was a retirement fund for the fire. There was something that the county started for the fire department.
Well, it's Fireman's Relief Fund, but that, as far as any retirement goes, I mean, there's not it's
a life insurance policy, isn't it?
It's a life insurance.
Yeah. When I got off the fire department, I received a check from.
You probably did
this
that.
deal.
You probably did. That was years served. So after, and that's changed somewhat, Jess, but it's the time served. You build equity. Right. You build equity in that.
Okay.
So
yeah.
If you retire, if you get off the department, for instance, and you've got $2,000 in equity, then you can either put that into the life insurance fund, or you can take that as a draw. It's still in effect that way. I mean, it's been changed throughout the years, but you're right. That's what it was.
I was under the impression, because I actually had to put some money in up front, and the county did X.
You did.
You know, and so then it all started from there.
And there were times when they did that, you could put in whatever amount.
Mm-hmm.
And that would build equity in that.
Mm-hmm.
So when you got off the department, if you had equity in that fund, then you could either put that into the life insurance side, or you could draw it out.
You could use it as a retirement.
You could use it as a retirement.
I've had employees in my department that are firemen have been there,
right.
And they've said the same thing.
Right.
It's basically a retirement fund. At the end, you just draw it out lump sum if you wanted it.
Yeah, I knew there was something, I just couldn't remember what it was.
Yeah, you're making interest on your payment just like Capers, just like KPNF, anything else.
So upon death, then you receive your equity plus whatever it is, 100,000 or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. So the beginning of this conversation really became, of course, we've been talking about it for years because it's KPNF and Capers, but it really began with the idea of what do we do in the next 5 years as people, through attrition, we start losing people and we need to gain people. And now people who are in that tier 3 Capers are telling stories to the new hires about what that's going to look like for retirement. people are gonna be swarming toward KPNF because they know what tier 3 looks like for a young person who's looking at 65 as a cop. You know, that just doesn't work out. The math doesn't work out. Once they get to that point, they're realizing what retirement looks like. KPNF is gonna make so much sense to them that we're gonna have a hard time drawing anybody to us. So that's really what started that.
We've had good people. You call them, you know, you say, hey, so-and-so's, you know, put in an app for us, hire them. I mean, they're great people, hire them. And you call and say, hey, can you come in and talk to us about this? We've got your application here and stuff, and, okay, well, what's some of the benefits? And the first thing they say is, what do you have for retirement? And you say, there's capers, and they say, I'm sorry, I can't move there. I cannot make the move because of KPNF. I'm gonna stay where I'm at. I'm not happy here, but I can't afford to go to capers. And that's good employees that we would like to have here.
Tier 3 capers just doesn't work for law enforcement, and that's what you're looking at for new hires now.
So just think about it again, as Wade always says, I'm just trying to grease the wheels here to let you think. I don't want to throw anything at you at the last minute. We are looking into it. I have to, for my employees. It's not going to do me any good, folks. I've got enough years in. I'm maxed out in capers. I'm only going to have another 2 or 3 years, you know, if I stay. You know, I've got 2 years. If I stay for another term, okay, at the most 6. Folks, that's not going to do a hell of a lot for me in this.
But it's 30 years on capers, 20 years on.
Absolutely, yeah. And the thing about it is, folks, I mean, there's going to be a lot of things here. If you have 10 years in capers, you're automatically vested in KPNF. So if my people have been here 10 years, are already still going to be vested in it. That's the only thing that transfers over to years of service. So.
I think we need to continue to look at programs like this, but we also need to look at some pretty serious numbers before we can.
Absolutely, that's why
totally
I'm saying,
review
I
it
just want
and
you to
make
know, there's gonna be
good
numbers
decision.
coming to you, and it may not cost us a dime just to switch people over if you don't cover. And I'm not saying that, again, that's why we're doing this, that's what KPNF will do for us, is tell us those numbers.
So when are you meeting with them, Tom?
Next Monday is my.
Oh, next Monday, I see.
Yeah, next Monday they're coming, we've had this set up for a while now. Their program director is coming down to talk to all my employees.
Is that gonna be all at once, or is that just individual?
Nope, all together. Yep, I want a blanket. It's a mandatory meeting. They need to be here to see what their retirement's gonna do.
To be clear, talking to all full-time law enforcement, not all of our employees.
Right. Because it doesn't affect anybody but certified law enforcement. And you're welcome to show up, all of you. You're welcome to show up, come to the meeting.
So certified law enforcement is the only.
Certified only. You have to be a full-time certified law enforcement officer.
Or a fireman, I mean, that's what the program.
But your jailers, your dispatch, none of that
Unqualified.
is qualified.
Yeah, don't qualify. I wish I did. Seriously, it's a game changer. It's a life-changing event for a young employee to come in to put in 20 years at that difference of pay. Think about it. You want
We
4%?
just switched Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks over with a bill this year to KPNF. They weren't before. They've tried for years to try and get Kansas Department of Corrections on there. The best they come up with was a modified capers program for them. They won't let them on KPNF, so, I mean, so I don't see it happening for counties at any time in the near future.
The multiplier's 2.5% for KPNF, and I forget what it is for regular capers, but it's 1.167,
167, isn't it?
Yeah, somewhere in the neighborhood, so 2.5.
It is, I mean, for somebody that is starting out in law enforcement or got less than 10 years, think about it, for another 10 years. I mean, there's times, folks, that I've looked at other positions. I was planning on one time going to the KBI. KBI is KPNF. And I call up the capers office, and this has been years ago, and I call up and I say, what will this retirement do for me? And at that time, I had 15 years in capers, and I said, hey, I got another 15 years when I retire, 30 years. And they said 15 years of KPNF would double my capers retirement. Double for the same amount of time. So, again, if I can do something, I said I was going to try to come in here and try to help my employees and try to make a change. This will help my employees. We'll throw numbers at you here in a few weeks, maybe longer than that by the time KPNF does their numbers crunch. But I'm not going to throw that at you last minute. I want you to know what I'm doing.
Interesting, very interesting.
You want to be a cop now, don't you?
Sure. I'd already be, will you take my 30 years in the trucking industry and then I can.
We'll bring you right over.
Buy you out.
Buy me out.
We'll bring you right over.
Sounds like a heck of a plan.
Okay, well, I've done enough with you guys all this morning. Nothing else, we're gonna get out of here.
At least it wasn't feces.
No, I got one more thing.
Tom, we've got your credit card here, I'll just start glancing through it. Budget rent a car in Florida, $1,800, you have some
Yeah.
scooter down,
Yeah, we went down there for a week.
okay.
Yeah, that's the only place we could go for.
Now, I don't mean to
CVSA.
put you on the bus.
No, that's fine, Daniel, like I said.
I figured it was a school, or
Yeah.
school.
So we had a week-long CVSA school, our lie detector examinations. Just so you're aware, it's myself and my two investigators who are, all three of us are certified. We are one of 42 individuals in the United States that have this advanced certification. Nobody else has. As I tell you, that we want to be the best here, we want the best training. There's only one place to have it, that's in Florida where the headquarters is at, and we were 3 of 42 to go down there. And we had to fly down, of course, and yeah, we had to have a rental car for that week, and so that's what that is.
Here's Thunderstruck bumpers, 1,300, that was those bumpers you was talking about earlier.
Yeah, that's for a big truck. This is one on this car is one of the small ones. It's not the great big wrapper like on our trucks, but yeah.
Yeah, here's your motels down there for, what, 3 employees?
Yep, 3 of us.
Because there's three rooms here.
Yep, 3 of us, yeah.
Good.
That takes care of all the bigger ones.
Weather was beautiful, folks. Weather was beautiful.
How come we didn't get to go?
I offered to go, I didn't get to go.
Yeah. You didn't get to go, Eric?
Yeah, I didn't get to go. So the first night we were there, 75 degrees, beautiful. We got there in the afternoon. That checked in, and I sent my wife a video of it, and she said, if you send me another one, don't come home. So I didn't send any more home, but, yeah, it was nice t-shirt weather the entire time we were there, so. First time being down in Florida, so.
Thanks, Tom.
It's hot in the summertime.
It was beautiful.
One other thing.
Funeral. So,
okay,
we're dealing with an issue behind the scenes where someone has died and we're jumping funeral homes because funeral homes will not take them because the family is indigent. So I was talking to Tom about it, apparently it ties into the commissioners.
Years ago, this happened to us once before, when Randy was in office. And, we have a deceased, we call a local funeral home. Funeral home says, I'm not gonna tell you what town it was in, I'm not placing numbers any place, or names. Funeral home shows up and says, we're not taking this person, called us and said, we're not coming. So why not? Well, who's gonna pay us? We know this family, who's gonna pay us? And so we called around to a couple of funeral homes, and we still got the same thing. But one funeral home finally came and got this deceased person. So Randy and I came up to this commission, and we talked. Doug Whitteman was here at the time, and Doug set up a MOU with all of the nursing homes, or all of the funeral homes, I believe, that said they guaranteed that they would only charge. We would pay them $500 to take care of the funeral costs, cremation only, I believe. And that was in, by the Coffee County Commission, and they all signed off on it. And that's the reason it was done, is because of these indigent, persons that don't have money sitting in the bank or don't have life insurance. The families can't afford to do something. So I know there was something at one time, because we came up here and it was done. So all I would like to know is, talking to Wade, is that still current? When was the last time it was ever updated? Maybe they're not aware of this resolution, situation, whatever it is, but we dang sure need to know, because this isn't right.
I would venture to say they're probably not aware because they've changed hands, would be my guess.
It's possible, but if that's the agreement that was made here, and they've all signed off on it.
If it's done years ago, is the fee too low?
Yeah. Well, I bet the cremations are probably $1,000, I don't know. It might be $5,000, I don't know.
It may need to be revisited and looked into, because
So how did you handle that, Tom? I mean, how was it handled then?
So, if I remember correctly, we called the state, and the state said there was an indigent fund, and they gave that funeral home enough money to cremate the body.
I see.
And that's been years ago.
Right.
Because Doug was still here, so how long has Doug been gone?
Oh, gosh. Long time.
Yeah, so that was Doug's days. But no matter what needs to be done, I mean, if we call a nursing home, they say they'll do it for $1,200, do we want to just say, for this instance only, we're going to pay this? Or do we talk about on a case-by-case basis? I think it ought to be across the board. Listen, you guys come in, we're gonna agree that whatever, maybe 500, 750, 1,000, 1,500, whatever it is. It's not every day that this happens or the incident person.
But obviously, you need to be able to do something.
Well, sure, I mean, you wanna get this, it's somebody's loved one.
Yeah.
And if the families can't afford it, fortunately, county counties can afford $1,000. If we just bring it to the county commission, because it's gotta be done quickly. Right now, it's sitting in this body's sitting in a funeral home, and they're just told that they're not doing anything because they won't pay. That's what's bad.
The train station's full.
That's right. So, but I remember that because we came up here and did it in commission. So.
Have to research.
Yeah. So I guess.
We just need to find the MOU or the resolution and kind of backtrack.
Yeah.
Find out what that price is now, I'm sure it's not the same.
Yeah.
Well, and I do know Lebo is building a crematorium.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
So.
Because there's not any in the county.
No.
is there?
Topeka's the only one.
Topeka's the only one.
Yeah.
Wichita.
And I think that's where they took this body, was Topeka at the end, when I was here before, because that's the only place that did it at the time.
I just found it. I
Oh,
was
there
doing
you
a
go.
search, it was in, February of 2012, February 6th. Said, EMS Director James Higgins, Hospital CEO Karen Smith, and Van Arsdale Funeral Services Michael Van Arsdale met with the board to provide an understanding of the position of the county regarding indigent death. Whitteman explained the position of the county and that the relationship the county has is with the funeral homes, where the hospital or funeral homes have an unclaimed indigent body and can receive payment of $750 from the county if there are no other payments from any other source. Kansas statutes require the county to be responsible for minimal death expense. So.
I would definitely print that off,
Probably needs to be adjusted.
and I would probably give it to Mr. Johnson.
And it says by state statute, we're responsible.
You're responsible, absolutely.
For the minimum.
Yes,
So what-
absolutely.
We probably need to make a motion to change that minimal, because
Well, the thing about it is,
what it is.
yeah, we can call
That's what I mean.
Topeka or wherever the body's at and see what they're gonna cost. And if they
Yeah.
say, oh yeah, we'll do it for $750, we'll leave it where it's at.
Yeah.
But if not, then I or Wade can come back to you and, okay.
But apparently that was the last resort, so apparently there needs to be somebody that's been in the county, needs to be brought up to speed of the.
Well, again, I'm not trying to step on anybody's
Or
toes or throw
negotiate.
anything, is county clerk ought to send all the funeral homes this memo.
Yeah.
And say, if you have any questions, notify your county commissioner, or, or wait,
Well, we could do that.
yeah, I mean,
Well, yeah,
let Angie send something out to all the funeral homes and update them and.
Well, maybe they need to get together and come in and renegotiate if they
That's
don't
right.
like the
Absolutely.
criteria that's here.
Absolutely.
So,
So, Wade, do you wanna call him, or let me get the information on me to call?
We'll get together.
Okay. I think that's all, folks. Yeah, I think that's all.
we're here all day.
If not, I'll be back up, but I think right now that's everything.
About enough of that.
Thank you all. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to thank your dispatcher for the call, because I was pretty distraught about the, person who unwelcomely came into our garage, tried to steal my car probably, but instead stole my
Guaranteed.
son's bike, and, the officer and you for getting it yesterday and helping my little boy have his bike back, so.
Yeah, he was pretty happy standing there on the side of the road with his bike sitting on the street, so. Now, like I said, that's truthfully, we got good people working for us, and we're very happy to hear that. There's not a lot of times we hear that good thing.
We all appreciate
Yeah,
it.
Great people, appreciate it.
Yeah.
If you need something, you know where I'm at too, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Howard, you guys can take a break, what are you gonna do?
To be determined.
To be determined.
Well, listen, my lunch date, here.
I
need to know where my lunch date's going to eat lunch with me.
That's up to him at round table.
If he wants to break for lunch, do we need to break for lunch? Is it gonna be lengthy?
I'd fly through some of it, but.
I'll wait on you. All right, call me when you get done. Thanks a lot, guys, I'm starving to death. No, it's up to you, it's all good.
We can take a lunch break.
It's all up.
Look at me, get ready to drive and blow away. I'm getting hungry. I'll see
You need a Snickers?
Yeah.
I don't see you drying up and blowing away.
Thanks, Tom, I appreciate that.
I I see you're being inflated, but.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Jesse, we're about done with all these vouchers here, but here's one for consulting fees on our project up north. And you talk about the huge amount of activities going on behind the scenes. Of course, there's quite a bit of cost to it. But, and this is addressed to, some of it to Bob and some of it to Wade, but takes a huge amount of attorneys working and everything to make this all come together. But it's work in process, and hopefully it all works out.
Are you talking about the Fisher-Patterson?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I do believe the letters, the intent letters are already sent out, aren't they? I think the intent letters are already sent out.
so it's right around $50,000 going to Fisher-Patterson, and you're talking, the summary is, 139.7 hours of attorney time.
It's a lot of hours.
And the firms that have attorneys who specialize in these areas, it's $325 an hour, so. The appreciation for attorney's fees, I think that explains it all.
Yeah. Heidi, did you have something else for us? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
you asked me to come back, and I got one of Jason, so I went to
Oh, okay.
commissioners on the, that's okay real quick.
Go ahead.
So, we've been paying phone tag, he got a different phone, so now I have a better number I can contact him with. He said he has a contractor lined out, but that contractor's out a couple months, so he has all the material for the fence right now. The minimum for him to build the fence was 8 feet tall in the condition. He's gonna build a 9 foot tall fence, he said. And then he said that he's hoping to have it done in about 3 or 4 months, so about middle of summer will be when it's finished. So I just wanted to update you guys on that and let
So
you
you
know
had
where we
that
were.
fence enough to complete the whole project,
It was supposed to go around the back side of the property.
or the backside of it?
The backside, because the structure was here, and then back here was where he was housing all the, vehicles being worked on, junk vehicles, I didn't know how to say it, back here. So he was gonna put a fence around all of that back there, so he could be able to house
So the
them.
container on the north side, he's gonna leave those there?
He did not say it, but he said he's gonna put up a fence, so I would assume those would be moved out if that's where the fence was going, and from the, looking at it, it appears the fence would be going in those places.
And that's south of Vito, is that right?
Yeah.
South of, okay.
And I think there's a stipulation, there's only supposed to be so many disabled vehicles out front at a time, at any given time as well. 8, 6, 8, something like that,
I
maybe?
forget what that number was, but,
I'd have to go back and look on
At
that.
least if we get some progress, that'll be good.
So there's the progress on that.
it just needs
Okay.
to be taken care of, so.
So I'll be calling him once a month just to make sure we're getting progress.
Okay, thanks, Ronnie.
Okay, thanks guys.
Thanks
Have a
a
good
lot.
day.
You want dinner date?
I'll do a couple of updates real quick, and they won't take long.
Then we'll go to break.
Yeah. Update number 1, Modern Air was here last week dealing with, the HVAC pumps downstairs. There's 2 pumps, one of them started leaking, and it was shut down, so the backup pump of the 2 pumps was operating, nothing stopped operating, but there will probably soon be a bill from Modern Air to deal with that particular issue. I was updated, advised, I actually went down, looked at it, saw where it had been leaking, and it was leaking, the top pump was leaking on some electronics down below, and that would have probably created a bigger issue, so it was shut off. Update number 2, DC Solutions will be here at some point this week, is my understanding, to deal with the interior wall in the health department, and that ties to the basement work that was done a year ago, somewhere in that neighborhood. So those are 2 quick updates, which then tie into you heard Tom talk about Barb's earlier. You also have 3 other janitorial staff. I don't think they get enough credit for how they keep the building looking on the inside. And I think they need to, there needs to be some appreciation extended for what they do, because although they're behind the scenes, without them, this building and the way things look would be in disarray. I'm here late hours on the weekends, and one person I can tell you is here all the time is Charlene, and I would put her up against anybody for her work ethic. She should teach classes on work ethic. So I just wanted to get that out there, since I work with them and deal with them on a very regular basis. So things are moving. I think operating quite well on the janitorial and maintenance side. Bills are getting submitted, signing off on them. You should see them circulate through. There's been a couple of hiccups with invoices that have been sent to Andrea's old email address, and then it takes them a little bit of time to catch up. But we're getting those issues resolved. So that's that. Although I think I have the latitude to go ahead and do this, I did want to bring up the county has already received 4 checks in reference to the national opioid litigation, and you saw those checks. I think the funds in that account, the municipalities fight addiction fund, is around $15,000 or something like that. At a later date and time, I will request the commission put that fund and how it's used under the mental health board, but that's a different topic for a different time. There is a new notice to the county regarding the request to participate in a new national opioid settlements for Teva, Allergan, CVS, Walgreens, and Walmart. So for the county to be eligible for any of those settlement funds, the county has to sign up. I believe there's already been a green light to go ahead and sign up, but I just wanted you to be aware. So I'll be signing up the county to be eligible for that settlement. So the overview of that settlement, Teva, and I'm not sure what Teva is other than they're a part of it, is to pay up to $3.34 billion over 13 years and provide either $1.2 billion of its generic version of the drug Narcan over 10 years, or an agreed upon cash equivalent over 13 years. Allergan can pay up to $2.02 billion over 7 years. CVS will pay up to $4.9 billion over 10 years. Walgreens to pay up to $5.52 billion over 15 years.
Who are the ones writing the scripts? That's what I just don't get.
Yeah. Walmart to pay up to $2.7 billion in 2023.
Imagine what your medicine's gonna cost now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I don't understand that.
So I'll sign the county up for participation in those settlements, just so you're aware, and those checks I would assume would flow in similar to the others. Last Wednesday or Thursday, one of the two, I went down to Iola, and if you knew or if you didn't know, we mentioned that Nextera and the KCC sat in Iola at the Iola High School and had a public hearing. And why that was important, there were, I don't know how many people were there, but a number of the county residents from multiple counties, including Coffee County, Allen County, Anderson County, Bourbon County, Crawford County were there. They got up and spoke. A presentation was made by Nextera, the KCC. Their 3-member panel was also there. They heard public comments in session 2. Session 1 was only comments and question and answer session to the Nextera representatives. The public comment deadline is March 9th. So
3 days from now.
Yep. Public comments can be made to the KCC either online. I think there's a form available online, by phone, or a letter to the Public Affairs Office at the KCC. There will be an evidentiary hearing presented in reference to the line site, April 26th at 9 a.m. That will be by Zoom, and anybody can participate or can watch by Zoom. And then the KCC said they will issue a decision on or before May 24th. So there was, the majority of the people who spoke were against the line, and their issues involved, the majority felt the one-time payment or the easement offered to those who had land, and most of them were rural farmers who had extended pieces of land these transmission lines would go over, that the one-time payment would not even touch the surface of how it would impact the value of their land if they were to sell later. One gentleman gave an example of attempting to sell some land and that it went for 30% less than what they thought it would, because the potential buyers asked if this transmission line was going to go across it. Number two, they indicated that if there is going to be an easement and a payment, that it should be an ongoing yearly stipend, I guess is what it would be called. Number three, the diagonal nature of the line going across someone's field or property, I guess it would impact, and this is above my knowledge base, but if you crop dust, getting a crop duster in on a diagonal transmission line would be difficult, and even if you're going to spray it, I guess with a ground sprayer, even that would make it more difficult for a diagonal line. And then the last thing that was probably the most interesting for me was the EMF, which is the energy that's emitted from the line itself. And there was a gentleman who got up from Crawford County who has an Evergy line that goes through his land already and has for a number of years, and he indicated that he asked about the EMF and its potential to attract energy, lightning, and he said the Evergy line that he currently has, he's had more cattle strikes from lightning around that energy line than any other part of his 200 or so acres, and he asked the engineers from Evergy if there were any studies that had been done on that, and if this new line would attract that same level of EMF. I don't know the answer to that, but I found that pretty interesting. The KCC utility officer also got up and spoke, and he talked about, there were questions about Wolf Creek and how it was, nobody knew if it was going to stay in existence, and the KCC utility officer got up and said Wolf Creek's license is extended to 2035, and that the KCC anticipated that it would potentially be extended for another 20 if the current trends continue. So all of this is available online. I think it's on the KCC website if you want to go back. Everybody who got up and made comments, it should be recorded, and I'm sure Mark will probably do some sort of update about that, because this meeting was a public meeting and streamed online as well.
I thought Wolf Creek's license was 2045.
That's what I was going to say.
2045?
Yes.
2045. So, that's the update there. It was, I think the meeting ended around 9, somewhere in that neighborhood. There were Coffee County residents who were there that I did see. So, that is a good stopping point, at least for lunch, because there are 2 things I'll request an executive session on.
We'll break for lunch.
Okay.
Come back at what? 1:20?
And I will have to come back probably around 1:45 or so. I have a Zoom hearing in another county at 1:30. So, it won't take very long.
I mean, we can meet and break till 1:10. That's plenty of time.
Yeah,
That'll give you time
That'll give you
to
time
come
to
back
come
and do
back.
what you need to do, won't it?
Yep.
Will I give you time with, Mr. Johnson?
But,
I'm kidding.
All right, we'll break until 1:10. Did she go get something?
no, I don't know.
She had.
She's been doing some searching.
Yeah.
So say, I was looking at the minutes in there from 2000. The sleeves are moved, I'm like, wait a minute.
I'm gonna be going down with them for a little bit, but I did have a couple things if you wanted me to address those.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Tomorrow is the time clock training,
Discussion.
presentation, yeah,
Okay.
at 10 o'clock, so I had told you guys last week it was last Tuesday, I was off a week all week last week. So it's actually tomorrow, the
Okay.
7th at 10. So can you make it down, Jesse?
I think I can still make it, I think.
Okay, and then, I noticed that your capital improvement plan, the last one you updated was August 1st of 2022. So we're gonna get that updated next week. So if you have anything in the back of your mind that we need to put on there, the fact sheet that looks like that in your book, you might keep that in the back of your mind, that we'll update that. We got on that board members we talked about last week that were coming up in April. We've got
Okay.
someone for both of those positions. There's still one that I think Don's working on,
Okay.
but I think we've got the 3 that will be coming up.
And we're still waiting on Bobby. Was that the
Yeah,
tourism
the
board?
tourism, yeah. I need to get back with him again and just keep, I know he's so busy, but
Yeah.
anyway, so that's good, we're getting boards ready for April. And then, on that voucher, we talked about for the, prom, after prom, I went back to 2012, I think I found, and it was coming out of Special Parks and Rec Fund, not the general fund, Special Parks and Rec. So somewhere along the way, it got changed from general to, or from the 118 to the 001. So, it was coming out of Special Parks and Rec Fund.
But both of those are still taxpayer funds.
They are,
And that's what Dawn's,
but we've been doing it for years.
yeah, that's what Dawn's concern, there you go.
And we might readdress it when he's back up here.
Okay.
So like he's down in that meeting, but.
Right.
But it's being done for all the schools in the
Yeah,
county,
yeah.
is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
And it's always been those 3
Yep.
organizations.
Yep.
And that's really a good,
But when he's back, we
Good
can go
experience.
over that again
Right.
with him. But I did want to tell you, I researched that while we were waiting,
Okay.
so.
Okay.
And I think that's all I have to tell you today, unless there was something else that I forgot, so.
Okay. You might be here but when you're done, who knows?
Yeah, well, you might text me, Brad, if there,
Okay.
I can come back up if I can.
Okay. That'll work. Thank you.
All these,
We'll just finish signing these checks and vouchers that we have here and be waiting on Wade.
You said he had something at 1:30.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it was. So we'd have to be here till 1:45 to take care of his stuff. 2 o'clock.
You can wait till next
Or you
week.
can wait till next, yeah.
Either way.
Plus it's detrimental.
There he is.
The devil. They're being nice.
Don for some sort of meeting, I've seen a meeting.
He was
Insurance meeting.
I don't know what that's about.
He was where I was when he left.
Now they're into another meeting.
Yeah.
Do we need to pull him from that?
What's that?
Do we need to pull him from that for your business?
Well, I don't know if you need to pull him, but if he just got up and left, so he's here, but he's not here.
Right, I think he left his phone
And she
too.
went to the same meeting, I think.
Yeah, I think you had 2 meetings scheduled today, I think. So.
It's a new one for me in the middle of a
Commission meeting,
session.
yeah.
Get up and leave.
Yeah, I didn't get it either, but.
We got
Well-
enough.
While Brad's here, Brad sent me an email that dealt with the issue that we were talking about. And without going into names or details on the funeral side, if you wanna maybe pass on what you passed on to me, because someone called and asked Brad a similar question earlier.
Oh, well, we just had a call from an out-of-county funeral home who said that they had had an indigent person die in a nursing home in Coffee County over the weekend. They weren't sure why they were called, but they were, and they had that person now with them. And they wanted to know, they said in Allen County and Neosho County that they had made provision for if that comes up, they'll like pay $1,000, in one county, $1,500 maybe in the other, to do a removal and take care of cremation, whatever. I think ultimately the way the law what used to happen is SRS would pay like $550, and then they quit doing that.
Okay.
Well, I don't know why exactly, but it made it kind of more confusing. And I have not been around that process for a few years now, and don't have any dog in the fight anymore. But the coroner called me and said, you know, he, basically what the process would be is you have like 96 hours to find family that will take responsibility, and if they won't, then you notify KU and ask if they'll accept the body donation. And then they have another period of time, I can't remember what it is, 36 hours or something. So you're out several days there. And when I was around that, we couldn't do that because we didn't have a way to keep somebody for several days. They apparently do in Iowa, so, but anyways, I told him I didn't know why, but my understanding then, and I hadn't heard anything in the meantime different, was just that the commissioners here decided they weren't going to do and you may have been here when that happened.
It goes with this.
So
It wasn't in there,
but I think what they decided was they weren't gonna just put that money out there, they were gonna hope that the family would come up with some way to take care of some minimal amount.
Well, and that's why you was looking at the minutes on Amy's computer, because she did some research.
Okay.
And found that there was a resolution that the county would pay up to $750 for a funeral home to take care of the body of a deceased if there was no other family around, or no family available. So that's something that we're gonna start.
And I'd leave it to Wade to give you, you know, the legal opinion of that, but,
That was from whenever that was.
but okay.
2012 sometime.
Because, otherwise, what, you have to go through all the 96 hours and all that rigmarole, and ultimately then the coroner takes charge and makes the decision and takes the action and sends you the bill. So it's probably, you know, his opinion, Dr. Ransom from Ottawa is the district coroner, and that's who called this morning. And he said, for what it's worth, you might tell your commissioners, it's gonna be more affordable for everyone if you just have the ability to do that right up front, than to let that run its course where you have, I don't want to be insensitive, but I mean, you have storage.
Accumulated
Yeah,
expenses,
so it costs more to wait than it does to not wait.
Right, just do it.
So,
I wasn't aware of that.
Yep.
She sounded really.
Thought it was, interesting you had sent an email about that same topic.
Oh, well,
While you were here.
I just sent it because they just called the clerk's office and Terry heard what they were calling about and forwarded it to me, and that was, and then, so I talked to the funeral director down in Iowa, and then I talked to the coroner called after that, and I just said, well, I'm gonna send this over to Wade, and I sent the coroner, he wasn't aware of that article. There was an article that's on the State Board of Mortuary Arts that explained at that time, which I think was 2015-ish, kind of how that process runs, so it was a real good, quick summary of that.
So right now, it sounds like something not to exceed $1,500, or because you had indicated one county's 1,000, the other one's 1,500.
Well, that's what the funeral home said, that Allen County does 1,000 and Neosho does 1,500, and it looks like you do 750. I don't know.
Which hasn't been updated since 2012.
Correct.
So it probably needs to be updated and revetted through the funeral homes in the area.
I don't know what their costs are. You could,
I would say cremation is probably.
you could ask out to them.
Take a share of that.
Yeah. I would say.
I mean, what, like the 550 before, it didn't really cover the cost, but it came close enough where everybody was okay with it. And where they weren't actually paying money out of their pocket to have it
Break even.
accomplished, yeah.
Losing.
And, I mean, there were times there when, like, Life Care Center of Burlington, they would work with it, and there were times when the nursing home threw money in there because they had to have something happen.
All right, well, Wade, you gonna handle that then, are you?
Yep, it was added to the list this
I
morning.
just didn't know if you needed me to do anything for the local, I guess there's one in Burlington too, in the funeral home in Burlington.
So there's Leroy is still open. And
Leroy and Leroy's all about the same.
So, yeah, if you talk to basically the land advice, probably know when the county pretty much what's that. There's others that come in here, well, like the firemen's come out of Iowa and North Hampton, they show up here sometimes, so not located in the county.
Wade, you got a timeline here, don't you?
Yep, and they confirmed that they're taking me up right at 1:30 exactly.
Well, so we're not enough time for your executive session.
So you might go through, whatever you need to go through, and then I'll jump back in. Shouldn't take very long.
Okay.
I will need 2 executive sessions, probably 10 to 15 minutes apiece. So, just for informational purposes. Maybe by then, Don will be back.
And your Zoom or whatever, 1:30 won't last.
It starts exactly at 1:30. I got a message they're gonna take me at 1:30. There's a couple other things going on, but it's an out-of-county judge is handling the case. So, and that judge is very efficient. The best way to put it. So, and just so you know, my lunch with Sheriff Johnson, because the location we went was so busy, we didn't even get our food. We had to go up to the counter and ask them to put it to go, and we left, and someone else is gonna have to bring it back for us. So.
Didn't mean to rush you.
No, we had a timeline, and that's the timeline.
Yeah, we thought it was being now.
Yeah, usually it is.
Well, I guess we'll go through our round table and mill around and wait for you to get back if we gotta address the situations today.
You put him on a time frame.
Yeah. 1:35, if he's not back, we're adjourning?
I'd say if I'm not back by 1:45, then something happened, and send help.
Okay, send help.
Call the big man, huh?
Well, if you're on Zoom, you can't be in contempt of court, right?
Oh, you can.
You can?
Yeah.
Darn it.
In fact, when that happens, you're told to immediately report to the courthouse, and if you don't, then somebody comes and gets you.
They come looking, they send somebody for you.
Yeah.
So we give you a
It's called
taxi.
Uber.
Right. Taxpayer Uber.
Taxpayer Uber, yeah.
That's free.
Oh, shoot. Steve, do you have anything for roundtable today?
No, that's, on the tax thing, that was the only thing that I had.
Right, okay.
Actually, I know when that first, the grocery tax was talking about going away, I had Skipper check on it, because we just started CID over there. He said all the local stuff stays, just the state goes away.
But the state, even up there at the convenience stores, this is just for grocery stores, it's not for convenience, is it? Does the state still get taxes from the convenience stores? Really?
Well, you know, I don't know how this one's, structured here, but I do know in some of my travels, I would go in the convenience store to get a bag of chips or whatever, and it's selling a bag $3.50 or whatever, and I'd go check out, and it was $3.50. I'm like, do you have tax? And they said, no, there's no tax on our food here.
I mean,
And that's when that bag of chips was considered food. So that's when I heard that one come from the governor, had Skipper check on that.
we're not gonna get any money from it.
Yeah, we went through all this trouble, and
But if you bought a pre-made salad, it was considered restaurant food and was taxed.
Really?
It wasn't groceries.
Really?
So you buy a Baby Ruth bar, and it's
Grocery.
food.
Manufacturing,
Groceries are exempt, but if you get a salad that they've made for you, then you have to pay tax on it.
But he did check on it. I remember that conversation, yeah.
Well, the city of Topeka was talking about their street budgets and stuff being affected by that, but I didn't know if that's different or not.
I wonder how that, I mean,
That'd be something maybe to look at, is to see whether that was something.
Well, and that's why I had Skipper check on about, especially Vito, he said the local taxes stay, like our 2% stay. You know, and even in here in Burlington, the
So I don't, maybe they were
city-
just talking about
city
doing that
tax
exempted
stays.
locally too, or something.
It was just state tax being
I see.
done away with, not local.
I mean,
That was the last conversation I had about it anyway.
so if let's just use city of Emporia. If they've got a 2% at Walmart, the state dropped theirs, and the city still has a tax on groceries.
Mm-hmm. Cause I know state of Emporia has a 1 cent sales tax for their, streets projects.
On anything.
Yeah, on anything.
Let's see.
That's interesting. Wade, do you have anything for that?
No, all my questions were answered in this last conversation we just had.
This ain't gonna take
Yeah,
very long.
this is not looking
This
good.
is not
I'm
gonna
not
take
killing
very
much
long.
time, am I? You know?
Tom, you got anything?
Last Monday was a busy Monday, and I apologize for missing it. Glad I could be there for the phone conference.
Yeah.
Part of it.
Glad that worked out.
I don't really have something. I think most of it's Brian being in there earlier and having our talk about it, and most things on my top of my head are really at this point.
Yeah, we're not doing a very good job of killing time here, are we?
People are gonna get real bored on this 45 minutes, 30 minutes. I mean, the only thing I have is I know Bailey's have the agreement for the, rental. Wade has been talking back and forth with them. And, the only thing I would say that we might think about is, I don't believe there's gonna be any construction going on, and we'd have to go through Wade as well, but something to think about. Do we want the renter of the property to enter in, try to get an agreement to harvest the prairie hay off that pasture. You know, 'cause that's gonna be I just don't think there's gonna be construction going on, you know, early enough, and the need of hay is big, as you well know, Wade.
Right.
I wonder if we should.
Well, he's just renting a house, he's not renting a property, am I correct?
That is correct.
So
So
we
there's
can lease out.
there's another group, that has been haying the property and
Okay.
farming the property. I don't know what they're paying per acre, but I don't know. For cleanup more than anything, if the county would want to recoup any type of rent off of it
Might as well get
for
what we
that,
can.
you know, so
Yeah.
that's just something that I would have to.
25 or 30 an acre, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
35 now.
Yeah.
Is that what it is, Wade?
Yeah, I don't really know what he's.
Up to 35 now, of course, some's higher on some bid deals, you know, but, yeah, 32 is a number I'm hearing thrown around quite a bit.
And that's on hay ground.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if it's on an if and a whim.
Right, I
You
mean, I'm
know.
not saying we have to have, you know,
I don't wanna hold
premium
up.
price, but,
Right, don't wanna hold up
yeah.
the construction, but yet don't want somebody to pay $32 an acre and not be able to hay.
Sure.
You see what I
Right,
mean?
yeah, I mean, maybe we'd base it on acres when the time came or
Mhm.
something, you know, if they've got a 1st of July to middle of August to get it done or something, and then base it on how many acres are available to them or something.
I can't see any construction going on up there during hay season
I
at
don't
all.
either.
Yeah.
It's at our best, it'd be fall.
Mm-hmm.
And I would think we're gonna want somebody in there to at least do it for cleanup.
Yeah, you don't want.
Yeah, I would, you
Don't
know,
want it left on there.
this is ground that's always hay.
Yep. Yep.
I would think that we need to do
Create us an
something.
issue, if we don't. Yeah.
I'll get with Wade.
Well, and it's not to say we couldn't reimburse them if they don't get hay.
Right.
Because of,
Right. I think there was some farm ground on that east patch up on top of the hill. I don't know if there's anything there, if it's gonna be farm. I think there was some row crop up on top of that.
I see.
Oh, on the north side.
Or north side, east property, north
Yeah.
side. But I don't know if that's gonna put it into the fall, and that's probably gonna be the first site there's gonna be a lot of work started on. So I don't know if a person wants to mess with it. Definitely the hay ground
But
problem.
the hay ground,
Yeah.
I would think that if we could do something there.
Okay. That was the only thing, I mean, 'cause
And you know,
I don't think there's any meat there. I don't think.
I thought there was some in the northwest corner, but maybe that was.
That's all pasture. That north, that west and
I'm
north.
just familiar with it.
I just by their side.
Is West Gerard West Gerard?
He's up there at Vito, is where his property
Okay,
is.
yeah, he's right west of Beetle.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
KT Cattle have the hay ground, and then my brother farms the east.
The east side.
If there's row crop that he farmed in, so. But, 'cause I know hay is gonna be if we have another dry year this year, it's just gonna be.
I think it's gonna be in good demand no matter what
Yeah.
happens, 'cause there's gonna be a bunch moving immediately.
Mhm.
So, that'd be my thoughts anyhow.
Yeah. And like I said, they might wanna continue to do it, you know, as long as there's no construction.
So there's a pretty good strip of farm ground on this Bailey deal?
Up on the top of the hill, yep, right north of that house. I don't know, what is that? That's probably not 30 acres, is it?
No, I wouldn't think so. Yeah, sure be no more than that, don't look like,
Yeah.
looking at it here, it's
And
kind of
it's-
really odd shape.
Yeah,
but-
it's about as hilltop as you can get. You know, that real good black dirt, you know?
Mhm. My dad used to say it's bottom ground 'cause the top's gone.
Yep, exactly. For sure. So, yeah, I mean, that's the other thing that we could discuss with Wade to get that ball rolling, but,
Yeah, and it's not, then it's, I don't know. So where's it all at? option on this over
This one
there.
right there.
Yeah.
I don't know what transpires over there on the, across the road, but I mean, that guy still has possession of it, so.
Well, we had a year lock-in.
Yeah, right,
So.
right. It sounds like it might be accelerated here before too long.
Yeah.
So. But, yeah, so, you know, like your burning of the pastures, you know, that's coming up, so if they wanna go in and burn it, you know, that's time invested that the renter might not wanna mess with if they're not gonna get to hay it.
Sure.
So, that season's upon us. So.
It is. There's already some money going on.
Yeah, your burns already getting burned off, so, but, that is all I had, and we can get with Wade on that, we can discuss that when he comes in here. I'm sure that it could be a mutual agreement with intent. I don't know that a person would have to have anything in writing, I don't know, cause if there's construction starting, it's gonna go anyway, so.
Yeah.
I don't know, we'll just have to see what Wade say. On that. Brad, do you have any roundtable discussions?
You don't have a lot.
You don't have a lot?
We've been working on, we have city school elections in the odd years. And 2 years ago, my first time into that, I had COVID and then I got some other stuff going on and spent the summer having surgeries and stuff and just jumped in at the last minute and made it work.
City and school?
School districts and cities,
So
some of them.
What's up this year for the cities?
Well, it varies by city, and kind of the schedule is they decide what's up for vote, and they certify that to Angie by the 1st of May. And some of them already have, because I was here and didn't have COVID. I've been working hard on working with the board clerks and city clerks to get this all lined up ahead of time.
So it's like council
And get the
members?
word out. Some of them, yeah, well, like the city of Burlington, they're split in position 1 and position 2 in each ward. So there's 3 of them are on there for good or for the next, and 3 are up this year. And it varies, you know, we just elected mayors last time in Leroy and Lebo. Waverly, Gridley, Burlington, and New Strong all have mayor elections coming up.
Oh, this year. Great.
And then the school boards, it varies by the districts, how they do that. And the cities are kind of that way.
I probably knew that.
The northern ones, like the cities, and they have positions, each one is a position. And the southern ones, if there's 3 positions on the city council, then you just vote for 3. And there would be, the candidates have until June 1st at noon to file. And if there's more than 3 people that file, more than 3 times the number that you need, so like if it's a district where it's just 1 person running, if there was 4 people, you'd have to have a primary on August 1st for that position. If it's a pick 3, there'd have to be 10 filed. You know, it'd have to be more than 3 times the number you're looking for, and then the top 2 would go to the general on November 7th. And that kind of rotates on the north 243. You run and you file and run from the kind of the east side or the west side. 75 is not the line. We found that last time. It's a little farther west because Lebo has a little more population over that way. And same thing with, you file and run in the primary by whether you're east side or west side, except for 1 at-large position. At-large, right. And the 243 has, you might have been on that one, has the east side and west side for the filing and primary, and there's so much difference in the population there that the west side comes clear around up to Aliceville, you know, because Leroy has more of a concentration there.
Yeah.
And those are not all certified in yet to us, and so I can't really say for exactly officially, but what it looks like is you're gonna have
all but one person on that 243 board up for election this year because you had two of them that didn't make it to the halfway point of their term.
They dropped out.
Yeah, so they'll be electing those people for 2-year terms to get them to where it should have come up again. All the cities, as far as I'm aware, if they had a resignation or whatever, they appoint them to fill the whole rest of the term. So that won't be an issue there. But if you know good people out there wanting to serve school boards,
You know, they've had trouble getting people on there and stay on there.
that's kind of where we are at. And we've been spending time watching what the legislature is doing. There's a lot of legislation on elections. I don't think much of it will affect the county to the point where it rises up to where you'll even notice it. You know, they're talking about drop boxes and that sort of thing, which is a pretty divisive issue. We do not have a drop box in Coffee County, and with our current clerk, we're not going to have one because we want to have better control over making sure that.
I agree.
And there are people that disagree with that, but they can give it to their mailman.
Right.
We try to make it as easy as we can, and I am kind of taken back of how hard they make it sound to vote, and it's just not that hard.
No.
And if you need help, you can call us, and we'll go beyond and above and beyond to help you get it done. And we did that through COVID. I didn't even know what I was doing, but we worked our tails off getting that done. Sure. And I don't know if there's anything else that's going to be. It's hard to tell what they're going to pass because they'll pass things, and then the other house, in the House, and then the Senate will change it. Then the governor might veto it, and whether it gets over, so it's just kind of pointless to talk about it or keeping an eye on it. Well, like they're talking about doing away, right now, if you're voting by mail, your ballot can come in up to 3 days after the election, unless that third day is a holiday like it was last time, so it could come in the next week.
Right.
We didn't have many that fell into that, but we did have a couple. So you have to assemble a whole other board, and we have to go through that whole process again. It kind of bogs the process. We lived through it just fine, but we'll see what they end up doing.
So those votes are accepted if they
If
come
it's
in
postmarked,
afterwards?
the way it is now is if it's postmarked on or before Election Day and received by the third day after the election, which generally is Friday. But this last one, that was Veterans Day, so it was following Monday. Then those would be timely. And the Secretary of State's office wants us to have a board to count those things on Wednesday and on Thursday and on Friday. And if they're not watching, we have not done that because we just don't have many, and you can't afford paying a board to drive in here and assemble and count one ballot on Wednesday and then 2 on Thursday. So what we've done previously is wait until Friday after the mail comes, and then you have the board come in and deal with it. And this time we waited until Monday following. And I think we might have just had one, I don't know, 1 or 2. But we just went down and got Gwen and made her and put her in charge of the counting board. She's good at counting. There you go.
Yeah, they're trying to push a lot of things through. That's the one thing I was kind of looking into was the extraterritorial around the cities is what's going to be interesting. So the 3-mile radius, that is something about rules without being able to vote on the rules.
Yeah, you fall under their jurisdiction.
Fall
but
under
you
their
can't vote
jurisdiction,
on
but you can't vote in their city elections, so they're looking at maybe pulling that 3 mile back
Which
to the
I kind
city
of agree
limits.
with that, Don't have any representation.
Right, yeah, it's something, rules without representation or something.
Yeah.
Do you know that
Didn't that happen out at
permit, use permit we approved today? Them people were within 3 miles, but the city limits, but one of the persons at that hearing that night said that they were in that because they got letters, all the people in that area got letters saying they were gonna annex you, or wherever the terminology is, to get you in that 3 mile, but they don't call it, have jurisdiction, and they opted out of it, said we're not involved in any of that.
Really?
Yeah, they opted out. Like, how do you do that? Lady, that's what the lady said, she said, we don't want to.
I'll be ready to come in and get you. Look at that.
145, man.
Just by the skin of my teeth.
But Don's not here, so. We just have to go take him out of that meeting.
Yeah, I still can't figure out how you just get up and.
Well, I seen Angie brought him a note, and it said what you said, and he was where you were at. And they came back and said, we gotta go downstairs and meet someone.
But in the middle of your other meeting?
I know.
I thought he had emergencies, what I thought.
I thought so too, until I read the notes.
In the middle of the main meeting? For the...
If it'd been an emergency, I understand it, but.
Sure.
So I say we go.
Well, I think maybe someone else can correct me, but you're sitting as a board of 5, but one of your 5 is
MIA.
So
we've got a quorum. There's still time.
That's true, but I don't know how that works.
I've just never had it where someone
Took some walks out.
well, they leave and then they don't come back.
For another meeting.
Right. So, Mark, do you reflect that they're here, but they're not here? I'm just.
I just, unless there's a division or whatever, I just refer to everybody as board as a whole, so. That's what I do. Well, I don't know what Brad's gonna do.
I did.
Stay in my lane.
You want an executive session, we'll go down there and say, hey, Don, I gotta go to this meeting. Because he got up and left this meeting, he can get up and leave that meeting.
Got the same power, no?
Where are they? Maybe I'll pop my
Down in the
Basement. Ride the elevator.
It's slower.
It's slower. I don't know about that.
You walk down there and walk back up, and by the time it takes the elevator to go down.
I say, he got long enough legs, he takes like 3 or 4 steps at a time.
Yeah, I'd be staying right in the middle of the 3.5 steps. I'd be laying there going, I shouldn't have done that.
I do have a question though on the, park that we were talking about, the,
RV park,
RV
whatever
park.
it is, yeah.
So if it's a financial thing, is that something that they or he or she needs to talk to Bobby? I mean, I'm just asking.
I threw that out as, we've been, economic development's been loaning businesses money. It's not like we couldn't loan them money if they had some sort of plan of,
Right.
you know.
Sure.
But like I said, I do know plastics have gone, PVC pipe is like that.
And I heard you say that, and then, well, if they're coming in with a plan, that would be something that.
It'd be nice just to hear from them. We got a year extension, and if nothing's proceeding, then, I mean, we just need to know.
What's going on.
You know.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, and they wasn't present at the last extension either. I don't believe they was here. I think it was just Heidi bringing it up.
Yeah.
And so I just kind of feel like they've got it in their back pocket. They're gonna use it if they have to have it, but they're not.
We don't want to be helpful. I don't want to be
Right.
real strict or be somewhat lenient, but it's just nice to have communication is a key to anything.
Yeah.
Have a little conversation.
Well, it's just like the folks that were in this morning on the business out there, they came in, they were here in person.
Give us a little update.
Yeah.
Good people.
Well, yeah, that was a hearing. I mean, that was a hearing to grant them permission to do that. Now the same, if they don't do something within 100 days or 300, a year, then they have to come back, but they're already started.
Oh, yeah,
they're already operational.
Yeah, it's
So,
already.
but she didn't know and that's what she said at the hearing, we did all this stuff through the state, we didn't know we had to do it through the county
Right.
as well.
Yeah. Too many hoops to jump through to try to do anything, it seems like
Sometimes,
nowadays.
yeah, sometimes. Yeah, I think that's how I got this cut, well, forever as I did on it.
You bid on it. Me and Tom's got some pretty expensive cups from the duck banquet. We'll sell them. I just take half price for them.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
50% off
Yeah,
sale, huh?
50% off.
I gave mine away.
I got mine in my pickup. You can purchase it today. You can purchase it today.
That was fun just watching them other kids.
Oh.
They were getting little rammies out like that.
Yeah.
They was having fun. They was having fun. Me, I was having fun until I looked across the way and my wife's sitting there looking at me going, you ain't bidding on this. Fun, ain't it? Oh, good God. I really wish Quail would get something going again.
Yeah,
Well,
I spoke to one of the board members of that, and he said they had been talking about it getting fired back up. But, you know, when COVID hits, when they shut it down, and some entities, it's hard to fire back up.
Yep. Yep. That is true.
I believe it was brought up to Cameron as well Saturday night by
Yeah.
a couple people, so.
Yeah, I visited with him about it.
I do know he's a board member.
Mm-hmm. Wow, Wade's gone longer than what he was for his
Yeah, not quite.
Zoom meeting.
Not quite. Getting it.
When it hits 2, he will be.
Yep. Hits 2, he might be too late.
You'll slam the gavel on
You
him.
slap the gavel on him. Contempt of the commission meeting. We're out of here. We don't know how to run the TV, so can't watch TV.
Yeah.
Take my money and run.
Got my messages caught up over the lunch hour. I guess I can listen to voicemails if anybody wants to listen to them. I'm sure we got some more by now.
People looking for.
Where are
hay.
you at?
People looking for hay.
Yeah. Everybody I communicate with via email anymore.
I'd say.
He's on his way.
He's on his way.
So I have to wait till I get home and fire my laptop.
Uh-huh.
Supposed to go to the office and conduct that business.
Not after 2 p.m.
Not after 2.
That's the cutoff time, isn't it?
That's my cutoff time.
Good for you.
I cut that office off in order to.
I'd like to do
I got this little furry white and black thing that likes to have me around.
And vice versa, right?
Hmm?
And vice versa.
What'd you say, a furry?
Yeah, my little lap dog. Yeah.
Good companions.
Yep.
They are. Mine, I'm number one when my wife's not there to her dog, with her dog. As soon as she's there, you're out.
You get demoted, huh?
I'm rotten meat's what I am. Unless the grandbabies are there, and then mom's got one of the grandbabies, the dog's bad, so he's in my lap. I'm king again.
Selective.
Yep.
So you're aware, the Bailey property, lease that's sort of been going back and forth, they had, reached out to me that they wanted April 12th is when the agreement for the 120 expires, so at midnight on the 13th is when any sort of lease agreement would go into effect. In the original agreement, and I know the conversation here was for that agreement to, that 2,500 to cover an entire month, well, they indicated either it needs to be prorated or go from April 13th to the 3 months would be July 13th, or 6 months would be October 13th. So it was modified with that understanding to allow the county to give them written notice on or before May 15th,
The official action.
May 15th or May 13th, I don't have it in front of me, to let them know if they needed to be out by July 13th, or if they didn't receive notice, then it would automatically extend to the October 13th. So, only reason I mentioned that is I got an email back from the Baileys. They said they reviewed it, they were fine with the language, and they planned on signing it tonight. So then they would send it back, and it would be up for review and consideration by the board next week.
Okay.
Just to let you know, that was moving behind the scenes.
I brought up while you was gone, the properties, Bailey property has been hayed in the past years. Would you wanna go through and do a contract with the people that have been renting it? Or would you wanna do verbal X amount per acre for the acres hayed if there wasn't any construction going on?
Did you say verbal?
Verbal.
Verbal.
Or just, I mean, a generic rental agreement?
Yeah, we need to put something in writing and verbal. It's hard to enforce.
But nobody's gonna rent it, nobody's gonna cash rent it up front with the possibility of construction going on.
Sure, but you could
do
probably
it
do
on the
a month to month type.
Well, it would be for this
Just a hay.
summer, fall
One-time
hay.
deal.
One-time
What
deal.
would-
In July, August, basically.
What would it hurt to have a contract, and then the payment, is due at the end of that contract, I mean,
Yeah.
At the end, like October 1st or
whatever,
something like that.
and then if it didn't work out, then you could,
Adjust it or
Yeah,
whatever,
right.
tear it up or throw it away.
Yeah, if there was a portion of it that they weren't able to do,
Right.
maybe
Due
it
to-
could be written to calculate however many acres
and
were
then they could-
available.
and then they could pay off that,
Right.
but they'd have a written contract stating such.
Right, well, and that's, I mean, like I say, that's just something that probably need to get to going with, because, like I say, burn season is coming on, and I would imagine they would probably wanna burn it off before they went in and before they sign, they want the contract before they would go in and invest
Yeah, if they were gonna do it, burn it, yeah.
the time to burn it and the risk liability.
So Wade just, pasture rent's either right around $30, $25 to $35 an acre, or you do thirds. You can only other option.
And the county wouldn't be interested in doing thirds.
It'd probably be easier to,
Cash.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm just.
then we don't have to be in the middle of how many bales they had or everything.
Yeah, I'm assuming you might be aware, but just refresher.
Yeah,
So
go
do you
ahead.
know how many acres are involved?
What?
No.
FSA could tell
About
us
273, I think.
Yeah. I'd just say 300 minus probably 30. By the time you factor the 273, the slew, I mean.
They rent it now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they'd have an
They would have an idea.
They would have an idea of what.
maps of it,
Yes,
probably.
Yeah.
I can get you the acreage of hay.
Yeah, if you can just get in contact with me, then I can.
And the farm ground is, there's probably not 20 acres there of row crop. I don't even know if they would even be justifiable. Because that's where the construction's gonna start first, is up there on that on that row crop ground. So I wouldn't even go in and plant
Yeah, that'd be the
expensive
problem,
beans or
that's gonna
corn.
be a lot longer till harvest.
Exactly.
Might not be worthwhile.
If there's corn in it, that'll be November with your beans in it.
Okay, I made a note.
I'll get you in touch. I'll ask them, they might not even be interested. If they're not interested, then it's a moot point.
Most of the cattle contracts, you know, are October 15th, that's their full season. I don't know how long the hay goes.
Yeah.
That's when a lot of people pay their hay rent.
Yeah.
It's October 15th.
Yeah. We're up to you, sir.
Yep. Executive session number 1. Request myself and the board go into executive session for attorney-client related reasons to discuss some legal issues regarding the downstairs security project. And I think that's enough for right now.
15 minutes?
10 or 15.
15.
I so move.
I'll second. Keep it in move, McCurry seconded. 15-minute executive session. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes. We'll enter at 2:04 for 15 minutes.
Do we need her back?
They're gonna be 15.
She's coming. She was.
So, after this, last executive session, no action being taken. Request another separate, executive session, myself and the board for 15 minutes. It's again under the attorney-client exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act. And this subject matter deals with, potential legal implications involving county subordinate board appointments. The best way to caption that.
Is that it?
I'll move.
Second. Hugan moves, Meeks second. Any discussion? Here none. All in favor say aye. Aye. We'll enter at 2:24 for 15 minutes. I can just stand by the door, guys.
Yeah, you're gonna be good enough.
It's 5 less steps.
So apparently my 15 minutes was not long enough. Do we need 10 or 15 more?
Go for another 15.
Same people, same topic, same reason.
I'll make the motion.
I'd second that.
Hugan moves, Thompson seconds. Any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes. We will enter at 2:43 for 15 minutes.
Oh, you're sitting down, that's a good sign.
I missed one.
All right.
After all that, no action.
No action. All of our cardio after lunch for nothing, right?
Hey, you worked off that lunch.
Yeah, not quite.
We got our steps in today.
Yeah. Angie, do you have any new roundtable?
Well, yeah,
We might have some new roundtable.
on the after prom we were talking about, so I went back to 2000, I think it was 2000.
2012, wasn't it?
2012 and 2000. 2000 was another one. We paid out of the special parks and rec fund. So not the one in general, the one that's outside of general, 118. Somewhere along the line it got changed to 001, special parks and rec, under the general fund, but it's still taxpayer money, so we've been doing it forever.
For one school or all of them?
All of them.
Even though right now, 3 schools this year was out of diversion fund and out of sheriff's fund, all 3 of them. They were all $500 apiece except Waverly.
So Waverly was the only one. Okay,
If I remember right.
Burlington was special parks and rec, but that doesn't have the diversion or the special law enforcement trust. I mean, I may have to do more research, but the question where you said that alerted you, whoever you were talking to.
Has been split 3 ways.
Yeah, that it's been paid out of special parks and rec that whole time, so. And then, do you want to go over this, Dawn?
I'll let you kick it off if you don't mind.
I don't have enough for everybody,
So I just got this.
but you guys could share, and then.
I'll show it.
So if we
If you don't
go,
mind. Not absolutely.
This is the insurance deal.
yeah,
This first time, Bob Stressik's done this for a number of years, well, he's done it all 16 years, so I don't know.
no, since Kenneth left.
Kenneth, and this is, right, because Kenneth's first year I was here, Kenneth's done it.
Yeah.
This is the first time I sat in on it, so I'll try to help it out, but Angie can do a good job, she's more familiar with some of it.
Well, so they gave us a little bit of a recap here, and I think that's on the, page 4.
Page 4,
It's
yeah.
very tiny, looks like this. You guys can see it.
Your 2 phone.
Yep.
Second page, I believe. Second or third page. No, keep on going. Keep on going.
One more, no, this way.
It's page 4, but it's
No,
not hard
that's
to see.
22.
One more after that. There you go.
Okay.
That one there.
So the renewal recap, they went over the TPA, and we've had a 6.6% increase in that, in the pass-through cost. And then our stop loss, that was from last year, from 2022, came in at an increase of 47%, but they went with a different company, so it only went up 23%. And that was on the $125,000 stop loss, or wait, yeah, $125,000 stop loss, yeah. And so we're at a significantly lower level this year on usage for our medical plan. We're at 30% about.
29% compared to a year ago, it was up to 50%, so the usage of our employees happen to go to the doctors or whatever it may be is a lot lower than what it has been last year.
Yeah.
And the 125,000, you know, that's where it tops off at, and they're considering, based on when they get all the spreadsheets put together, maybe suggesting to move that up to 150, which would save us some funding, so.
Yeah. I'm not gonna go through this whole entire thing, but, we've had 0 increase in our dental, and it's been guaranteed at a 3-year locked-in rate. It'll expire June of this year, so we'll see what that looks like when we get our Delta Dental renewal. Let's see. Yeah.
What's the premium for this?
Okay. So
I don't wanna jump, if it's coming, that's fine. Just go, continue on,
Okay.
We'll get to that.
One of the things I did want to tell you, I thought was good, September 2022, they updated the PBM contract with Elixir to the Gallagher Pharmacy Alliance, and the estimated annual savings of $196,234, and a 3-year estimated savings of $663,000. So that's pretty good, almost $200,000. Let's see, that's just, you can flip the next page, flip another page. Okay, go to where you see Coffee County 2022, 2023 medical rates. I kind of skipped over some of that, 'cause so when we set the rates for last year, the insurance company suggested we set them at a certain rate. We're self-funded, so we can actually set them whatever we want them to be at, but they suggested like a higher rate. And we felt, because of that 1 year we had that was kind of bad, or 2, that we really didn't want to go with the rates that they had, because you're going to start getting to where people can't afford health insurance again. So we ended up just sticking with the same rates we had, and they said we made a good decision, because we basically, everything's working out just fine with the less usage on the plans, yeah.
See, there's 3 different deductibles there, and I don't, not sure, but 1,000, 1,500, and 2,800, but we have a lot of our employees are at that higher deductible, aren't they?
Right.
So that they get that 1,800
right
in August, hoping that they don't have a lot of hospitalization.
Yeah.
But we haven't, they're still preparing that spreadsheet or chart, where we'll make a decision sometime in April, whether we leave that 1,800, or maybe, it's been gradually moving up.
Yeah.
I think when I first came on, it's 1,500, and then they gradually kept moving it up because of, you know, the way the premiums were, the way the claims were. But see, the claims last year is 3 times what they were this year, or what they are this year.
Yeah.
We're sitting on a fantastic year right now.
Yeah. And so with the $1,000 deductible on a full-time employee, it's $861.39. Now, mind you, these numbers are kind of arbitrary because we're self-funded. So the employees, what they're also pulling out of their paychecks for family and all that's going into the health and the employee benefits fund. And so these numbers aren't like, if you remember, or if you deal with an insurance company in your business, they might come in and say, well, your employee's premium is this every month. Well, they're giving us that kind of guide, but in all reality, it may not actually be that. If we took all the costs that we're accumulating with employees, we broke that out by employee, it could be less than that, it could be like $300-400, I don't know. But we just keep it at that to, you know, have at least something in a rate to go by.
Is that per year, per month?
Yeah.
That's per year?
Per month.
Per month, $861.
Yeah. And then if you're with the high deductible, it's $727. And so the reason that one's less too is the difference between what the $1,000 deductible is and the $2,800 deductible, we put money in the or the commission at the time decided to put money into the HSA to kind of drive people towards that high deductible healthcare plan, because it's actually cheaper and it's better for the employee to be on that plan. So, and we're not at 100%, but we have kind of guided people to go with that higher deductible.
So money's put into a fund that is, so the money's there for the deductible.
Right.
Right.
And they can put money into it too. There's a limit. They can't go over, depending on if it's
But
for.
it's tax-free.
But it's tax-free.
Yeah, it's tax-free. So it lowers their overall income at the end of the year as well. And the county, what they're reporting on taxes too. Let's see, if we go to the next page after that, and you see the medical utilization. I think one of you guys might have my book, but I marked on the 29%. That's where we're at this year. If you look at the far right corner on the bottom of that top page.
We're sitting at 29.98 for 6
Yeah,
months.
right here.
And the other thing that's compared to, you look down the bottom page and bring January over, a year ago, we were sitting at 84%.
Yeah.
So it just tells us that claims are much slower this year. They're much slower this year than what they were last year. And how they compare 2 and 3 years ago, I'm not sure. They did they didn't have a comparison there.
Yeah, they said normally they go by an 80% loss ratio, and they said so for us to be at 29.98, that's
Sure.
almost unheard of. And then, next page. Yeah, it's about the middle of the page, the medical spend and utilization. The total medical spend in the period of March 2022 to February 2023 decreased by 53.27%, and medical decreased by 51.54%. They said emergency room increased by 98.62%, but they said that's hard to really go by because, you know, if it was 8 o'clock at night, people don't have a choice to go anywhere else, so they may have had to go there. So, and then if you look, if you look at the bottom, are the top providers, University of Kansas, which used to be St. Francis, or is still kind of, they had 17 people that went there, and then the provider with the largest number of claimants, of course, was Coffee County, which is what we were trying to do, was to guide people to Coffee County, except for those things that they couldn't do here.
But you know, one thing that'll change that for this year, I mentioned, or hopefully would, because Roy's promoting Coffee County. Chances are, most of those going to St. Francis, those 17 claimants, chances are gonna be people referred on there. With us with our Coffee County bringing in a brand new surgeon this month, or maybe early next month, maybe a lot of those patients, they used to be referred on, they can be taken care of right here in Coffee County. If they're up there at the overall, that same page, the second column down, the pay March 22 to February 23, total spent decreased by 50%. That just goes to show that the claims are 50% lower than what they were a year ago. So everything kind of presents a pretty good picture for this year, although we still got 4 months to go.
Yeah. And there's one other one at the top of that page, second bullet there. There are 0 claimants with claims over $62,500, and that's why they thought that they might suggest we move to the $150,000 stop loss, because it's so low, it may save us money to go on to that higher stop loss. But we also don't want to get the county in a bad situation either. So.
Did we have anybody hit the stop loss?
Not this last year. I think the year before we had.
The year before, I think it was 3, but it
That's
was
gonna hurt.
125.
Yeah.
Right now, this goes to show us we have nobody after 6 months is hitting us halfway, which is 62.5. But Jeremy and Kelly, they are gonna strongly recommend, if everything stays status quo, to probably move that up to 150, which will save premium dollars.
But you guys still have to say, so even if they recommend it, you can say yea or nay, so.
And they're gonna be back here, what, first week in April, or second week?
Sometime in April.
And sometime in April to give us further updates.
And then if you flip to the next page, pharmacy decreased 39.39%. Total pharmacy spend decreased by that. And brand drugs accounted for 46% of the total pharmacy spend. So there's 11 members who utilize brand drugs. And 67 members utilize retail pharmacies or mail order eligible maintenance drugs. And then they said the most costly conditions in Coffee County are osteoarthritis, coronary artery disease, and atrial fibrillation. So,
In our group.
in our group.
What type of arthritis?
Probably any.
What type of arthritis is that? They've identified it as
Would be-
Spinal.
Yeah, some sort of bone.
Spinal, isn't it?
It is spinal cord.
Yes. See.
And then, of course, there's a timeline, that's for renewal. We discussed the upcoming, on past that chart, we discussed the renewal planning on what we wanted to look at. And so we'll do our medical review in April, like Don said, and then we'll have the employee meetings. We told them we wanted them in person because we've had 2 years of soft renewals with employees because of COVID. With all the new employees we've had, we want them to be here and answer questions in person. And then, of course, dental, the EAP with new directions, which that's the employee assistance program. And then the short-term disability, we told them we want to go ahead and get that started for the employer paid, since we're doing away with the, shared leave, yeah. And they talked about pet insurance as a new thing that people are wanting to utilize, which of course that's no cost to the county. It's just a benefit you offer to the employee and they pay it out of their check, so.
Will somebody from like, before this renews, come and speak to, I mean, can we?
We can set them up to come in here and talk to you guys.
Well, I mean, does each employee understand their, I mean, we do insurance for our employees, but we have a person who can speak and say, so if you do this, then this is what you do, or, you know, whatever, so.
We're gonna have them in May.
Okay.
Yeah, that will be during renewal.
Okay.
And you mentioned, or whether you mentioned vision insurance, I asked how many of our employees are using vision insurance, and Terry mentioned he thought it was, the employee's gotta pay that, the premium, but she mentioned 80%. And that really surprised me that our employees are taking advantage of the vision part of it.
And I think that's pretty much everything on that one. The benefits, with Benefits Direct, that's the additional supplemental insurance that we offer. Benefits Management is interested in bidding on those plans, those extra optional insurance plans there. So we may be looking to do that with them. I don't know, we'll see. And I think that's all the further we got, Don, before, but there's not much after that.
Wade came down, and that's when we left the meeting down there.
The medical plan designs is in there, which that's just what we currently do. If people are in network, the two options, if they're out of network, and that's pretty much it. So
Jeremy, Kelly, they both be here in April,
usually they come both, yeah.
both of them, where we'll get a complete update at that time where the percentages all are, so. Everything we've seen here, first time I've been involved in, the percentages look pretty darn good for the year, so.
Yeah, basically the 29%, that was just the biggest news ever, so.
So this is your renewal?
This is your pre-renewal.
Pre-renewal.
Yeah.
Information.
Yeah.
Take that home and look at it, and I'll bring it back, I'll look at it next week.
Yeah, if one of you guys wanna take it home and look at it, you're welcome to. There's the next thing.
This is basically all the claims.
Yeah.
This would be what somebody would be interested in. If somebody was looking at Coffee County as to.
Yeah.
Line.
And that was all I had, so.
And they didn't give you any idea on the premium, what it was gonna cost the county for that?
Well, Don, didn't you kinda gather they're not requesting any increase on anything?
That's what they mentioned 2 or 3 times, based on what has happened the first 6 months, unless this last 6 months, we have 3 or 4 people come down with major issues.
Did they say what the county premium was for the year?
I'm sorry?
What's the premium for the year? What's that cost the county for the year?
Didn't discuss total, it's just that monthly rates there.
Yeah, there's no premium because we're self-funded. Is that,
Well, you have a premium for everything over your stop loss.
Okay, hold on just a second.
They did not have any premium
Hello?
for this first 6 months.
Okay.
Other than the claims were 50% of what there was a year ago, somewhere in that area.
Unless I'm
Well, you gotta understand, it's, we're self-funded. We got
up
money.
to $125,000. But anything over $125,000 goes to the insurance?
We got 6 million in there.
But right now, we don't have anybody even halfway up.
Right, no, I understand, but you insure for what if? So, am I grasping this? So your stop loss, $125,000, so if Billy falls off, breaks his back, it costs $500,000 to fix Billy.
Coffee County is only at risk for $125,000. So there is a premium for the $125,000 beyond that they're charging the county. There is a premium.
I'm trying to think of what that is, actually,
So the county's liable up to $125,000.
That's all the county will be on hook to spend
So,
in per accident.
so who covers?
That's where I'm getting at. So your insurance company kicks in after your stop loss.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying.
Oh, I
There's
see.
gotta be an insurance premium. There's gotta be a premium somewhere for the rest of that
For the rest
policy.
of that. And where would that go to then? I mean, would that be?
Well, I'm assuming it's through Gallagher. I'm assuming.
Right.
So-
well, it's Gallagher, but then they have a outside, well, it's another company, I'm trying to think of what it started with, or who they switched to on that.
Guard.
I don't know if he'll say it, it might.
They did not tell us what our total premium was for the and we probably can't figure it out, because we got some employees that are, the employees on our insurance, but the families are not. And there might even be employees here that's on their spouse's insurance someplace else.
Well, providers care, that'd be the medical claim submissions, and then out of
See,
your.
I thought since we were self-funded, that they manage the
plan, they do.
plan.
And we pay so
And
much,
And we pay out of the risk management.
we pay out of employee benefits.
For
Risk
everything.
management is if we were
Employee
to go
benefits,
over,
See,
they
that's
have
what-
10 people that went over that stop loss, that's where we'd have to pull that money from.
Correct.
See, that that one line item for, claims, we had that at 10 million to take care of some major stuff. Now we pulled some of that out and went to the jail, and I think those funds in that.
It's down to 4.
Sure.
So we've got it in
It's how much?
account.
4.
Yeah, we pulled 6,000 out of it to go to the
6
jail.
million.
For 6 million, yeah.
We've got 4 million in there to cover what runs over the 125. Is that right?
So I mean,
That's way
your
out.
employee's gonna have their deductible that they pay. Then if it's anything over $125,000, that's where your stop loss is. That's where the county quits bleeding, and then the insurance picks up after that. I'm assuming.
I'm sure that's right,
But
Jesse.
there's gotta be a premium for that what if.
So it'd be from 125,000 to, there's got to be a point there somewhere, does it not?
But for that particular employee that it goes over, that premium, I don't think goes up any. I think it's based, you just hope you don't have too many employees
They hit
trigger that 125.
125, yeah.
But here,
Okay, so, it's Pan-American, that's what it was.
Pan-American,
Yeah, but
okay.
so, like, this was for 2020, 'cause you can find the recent one, but it was 125,000. And so then, like, for a single employee, that's like what we pay.
That's what county pays, $116 an hour.
Yeah.
Times 147.
47. Or it's said in there earlier.
Yeah. So that's the
So
Pan-American. But-
basically it's costing,
Well,
So what is it again?
$116.54.
$17,131. A month. Is that monthly, right?
Yeah, $116.54 per employee.
Angie, here's this one page, and it's page, look, it needs numbered.
Per employee.
This is one page of,
5.
say our employees all took a $1,500 deductible.
That's a year for 147 employees.
The county
That one's got a lot bigger number.
that's talking.
is gonna be out 1.199 million.
Right there, annual fixed cost.
What page are you on, Don?
It's not numbered.
Okay.
$49,654. That's the annual fixed.
What's it look like?
This one?
Oh, okay.
Like if all of our employees took $1,000 deductible,
That's just for a single.
No.
there's 49 employees,
Anyway, 'cause if it's
took $1,000 deductible, our premium cost 1.24 million, We got 0 employees on the $1,500 deductible. We got 50 employees with employee on $2,800 deductible, and we're paying 1.047 million.
147.
1,000.
So they didn't go through that one page there real.
Well, and then, employee spouse, there's employee spouse, employee children, employee family, on all those too.
We did away with our lower deductibles. We grandfathered everybody in that was in, and then we made one after that.
So there was lower deductibles.
Once upon a time,
Right,
yeah,
right.
yeah. But then we just did away with it and made it, because we're basically the same way.
Sure.
But our deductible is not $125, or our stop loss is not $125,000.
What is yours?
45.
Oh.
Yeah, so.
I think a year ago, we had 3 of them that triggered
Yeah,
at 125.
we did.
We've had it.
Might have been 2 years ago, I forget now. But we'll know a lot more
Yeah,
here
we'll
in
know
April,
more
because
here
there'll be
soon.
2 more months added to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
My homework,
Yeah.
me and insurance.
My favorite topic.
Along with going to the root canal, right?
Yeah. Only second,
I think that was all we had on insurance, Don.
I'm sorry?
That's all we had on insurance, right?
Get right.
They're still signing stuff, so we can't read it.
Nobody else.
Dream something else up top.
Dream something else up?
We don't.
What do you say?
I think I've caught that.
Yes.
Oh, he didn't sign anything, because he was.
Yeah, you're right.
So you don't need me anymore, you think?
I don't
I
think
have
so.
to, Casey's second.
Okay, I don't think, we'll just have the adjournment, that's it. And this thing will not, it says not connected to any network.
Okay, we'll
So-
fix it.
You've already signed all those pages, didn't you, Steve?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
They brought it down.
See you all next week.
Have a good week. Travel one more time. Nope. Safari cannot open the page because the server cannot open it. Alright. Good night.
I mean,
When's it supposed to start raining, Mark? Who knows? Who knows?
I think I'd know, but that's all I did, I sit around watching weather. Well, I sit around watching, that's all I watch. Have my coffee, TV for a half an hour, catch the weather, stretches,
These spring break.
exercise, breakfast. Punching breakfast.
Spring break, we could expect another snow, right? Oh, yeah, there's still plenty of time for snow.
Probably in April.
Yeah. If nobody has anything else, we will adjourn at 3:29. Kill the switch.
That'll be a long time.
It did.
Turn this off 46.
Well, it was a blast.